Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, Birds and the Bees, Bellekom, Sam, the Trolls and the Trees, Burns,
Aha!
and Ellie, the Sloths and the Sleaze, Sparrow.
Aww. The Sleaze live down the road in Sleaford. That's where the Sleaze live. Every time we go through Sleaford, I say that's where the Sleaze live, like it means anything. It doesn't. It's just something I say when we go through Sleaford.
We generally don't go through Sleaford.
We go near Sleaford.
We go near Sleaford. We go past Sleaford.
We went to Sleaford recently.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we've been going past Sleaford for 3 years. This is the first, it's only in the last few months that we ever actually went into Sleaford and discovered...
I had an art exhibition. That was good.
And we discovered that it is indeed where the Sleaze live.
It is. We met all the Sleaze. We know
there.
them all by name. They're all called Sleaze.
It had a windmill and I was very excited by it.
It had a what?
A windmill.
Did it have a windmill?
Oh,
Yeah.
Why did I not notice the fucking windmill? What's wrong with me? Where was
You
the
were
windmill?
busy being arty.
I was
Yeah.
really busy doing a networking, in all fairness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there still windmills? The question for the future, which is why it's...
this intro sure is content.
Oh,
isn't
yes,
it?
it is. Time to demand of future us. Is the democracy of dry feet still a thing in the present?
I hope so.
It's future us with
Oh
a
my God, plot
message
twist.
from sort of the past, actually.
Hello.
We're slightly future us.
We're like a bit more than a week future us.
Yeah. So we split recording
Yeah.
of this particular episode.
Sometimes we
into...
do that and we don't tell you.
Yes. The reason
Secrets.
I know. The reason that we've come in today from the slight future is because we've unwittingly carried on another bizarre Flintlocks tradition. It's polling day.
Yeah, we're recording on a general election again. Like, none of us can remember a general election in the recent past that we haven't done this on. We never mean to either. We actually rearranged this week for a different reason because somebody couldn't make our usual night, and that has put it on polling day.
Yeah.
Like,
Well done, us.
yeah.
One of these days we'll do it deliberately.
Yeah,
We kind of have to now.
I feel like
It's the
next
thing.
time we actually have to do it deliberately, like, surely. Very
Yeah.
weird.
Let us... Wait, no, you don't need to let us know how it turned out. We'll know by the time this comes out.
Tell us how the election
You'll
went.
know!
We're planning on staying inside with duvets over our heads until this comes out
Like
in several
weeks. Back to you, past us.
What is that?
Robbie?
You all work together because otherwise everyone... Basically, keeping Holland and the Netherlands general above water.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a whole thing.
Because it's
I didn't
notably
know that
not
I'm-
above water.
I'm ignorant of this. Like, I don't know this.
Most of it should, if without human intervention, would be underwater.
Is at or
Right.
below sea level.
That's
God
that's
made the
sure a
world, the
situation.
Dutch made the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I love that.
I think is the saying.
I mean, like, yeah, fair. If you are
Yep.
literally keeping your country like above sea level, I feel like you're allowed to say that. Like,
Yep.
And also Norfolk.
Wait.
really?
The Dutch came over and helped with a lot with the drainage in Norfolk, which is why there's so many windmills over there.
Ah.
Cool. That's a good fun fact.
I haven't been to
Yes.
Norfolk since I was a child, but there were a lot of windmills there.
And a lot of drainage ditches. I was about to say dikes,
Yes.
which is the correct term. But, there's a word, isn't it?
And on that dikeful note, it's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously, on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party actually managed to get something approaching some downtime. But more notably, the Congress of Newmark, the Continental Congress or Convention, they're still deciding on the term, is upcoming. After a solid 10-day week now of not really R&R, the party are feel time racing towards the summit the following month. During this time, they have made contact. They have, let's see, endangered little Corzin's life with a rock. Hunted.
That just sounds like we threw a rock at a child.
Yeah, it sounds like we tried to kill him with a blunt force weapon. To be
as opposed
honest,
to a giant bird, where you very much
at
try
least
not to
one
kill
of
him.
them's an accident.
Yes.
God. Tried to kill little Corzin with a rock is basically what you just said.
I said endangered him with a rock, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little visits to Warwick's Watch for Alder's Night. You know, had some toffee apples and bread.
That was chill, yeah.
Yeah.
Won
Also,
a duck.
Won a dark.
Yeah.
A version of which now forever patrols Scamp's wing.
It made me feel emotionally bad, as I recall.
It's the sunduck of regret. And you also travelled to the edge of the Eversquall, captured a wyvern and turned it into a hat, which means that Corzin Jr. is no longer at risk of death by falling damage, amongst other things. You discovered, you made contact with no less than 2 groups of Achene in the city. The Odinone, Telesnera, and Anusadira from the Panuki, the Stone Guardians, and also made contact with Tekakwitha Fire Eyes after running into her pretty much by chance, as she was operating in Newmark instead of her usual Thunder's Watch, and made contact with her as a representative of the Dream Talkers, one of the 7 Achene nations. You also convinced General Appleblossom to convince the new mayor. Sorry, no, not mayor. Governor. Tsenwi, to extend invitations to the 7 Achene nations, who will presumably be sending representatives to this upcoming Congress, although not necessarily immediately. Only some of them are close enough to immediately arrive, but more may well be expected within the week, a week or so. During the interim time, Celestia, of course, made contact with her brother through dreams, and some had some disconcerting revelations.
Yeah.
About
Hooray! Trauma.
Yeah, various things. While Corzin and Scamp reached the conclusion that, short of of hunting down the location of a long lost tree, the long lost possibly legendary tree, the last known version of which a previous sorcerer cut down about 1,000 years ago to turn into a magic item, have decided that they need to steal the heart of a fortress beast.
This is fine.
Yes.
See, now you make that sound like we're going to romance it. That is not what
Oh, roll to seduce.
Roll to seduce the village-sized horror.
Yeah.
I hope you have like several tons of fish. Is all I can say.
Just a silver tongue. It'll be enough.
Wow.
filthy.
I was implying that I said something seductive. You're all disgusting.
I mean, they've got us there.
I was implying my best pickup line for the Fortress Beast. You were like, no,
Yep.
you're all terrible people.
Yes.
However, these time marches on, and by the time it rolls around to the second week of your month of downtime, things are shifting in the city. For one thing, rumours are starting to spread around town, enough that they're reaching you. They are rumours that you actually you're ahead of the crowd, because the main rumour is that is spreading is that this coalition of rebel states may be facing, in addition to the armies of Orsyria, something called the Ebon Guard, an army of elite drow mercenaries. Reactions on this are split. It's sort of weirdly, it ends up being a sort of morale net zero. There are a lot of the recruits to the revolutionary cause are quite grim at the prospect of facing off against veterans who are older than many of whom are older than their grandparents or great grandparents, and who have an international reputation for how dangerous they are. One portion of the city is actually surprisingly enthusiastic, however, and that is the city's large goblin population. The goblins, hobgoblins, and bugbears of the city, which presumably includes the city's new governor, Tsenri, are actually very on board with killing drow. A lot of them despise the drow because the Ariadnean Empire and its hunters were responsible for enslaving many of them, or their forebears, or their cousins. So collectively, there is the revolutionary forces are getting a lot of volunteers from the goblin portion of the city. However, another rumour reaches your ears as well. One more immediate. This will be 7th, 12th. So this will probably so by the time it reaches your ears, it will be the 17th at this point of Falling Leaves, because we've been going for over a week now, 1798. And
Was it Falling Leaves?
No, it would have been
sorry, not Falling Snow. Wrong
First
one.
Flurries.
First Flurries.
So, I was going to say, because if it's Falling Leaves, we should be having birthdays.
Yeah, sorry, that's in the past.
Yeah.
Yep. First Flurries.
First Flurries. There we go. 17th of First Flurries, 1798. And
Whereas I've forgotten my D&D friends' birthdays.
cool. But
Yeah.
no, the indeed, you've all relatively recently celebrated them. The news that the rumours you hear is that delegations have arrived in the night, actually, from the faithful cities to the west. So these would be these. So these are the cities notable for being the cities and territories notable for being particularly religious in their nature, especially having embraced the two largest and most influential religions within the colonies, both of which are essentially heterodox splinters off from the Regency.
There's Purity and Fury, isn't it?
Indeed, the churches of St. Purity and St. Fury. If you would like, I can provide you with a quick reminder of the basic precepts as you have encountered them before.
That would be nice.
So
Yeah.
you
If
spent,
other people want as well.
yeah. I mean, actually,
absolutely.
if anyone wants to, you can actually roll a religion check here to see whether you get any additional information.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, go on, why not?
I just don't think I can.
I mean,
That's a 6.
Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I just don't.
Eight.
Like, whenever we go to church, I leave. Like, I just don't think I can.
all right.
like, I know that you've given an offer, but it doesn't feel plausible.
I mean,
would
given
go
that
for.
both of the others rolled below 10, can you please roll just to see if you roll a 10 or not?
I mean, see if I've overheard something in a pub, I guess.
Yeah, you can roll with disadvantage if you want.
I literally think I walk off from religious conversations, so
Yeah.
I will. What's my religion? 2 notebooks with my fucking stats. That is an 8.
Wow, okay, yeah.
We all suck.
All right. You do not know a lot about the internal structures of either church. You know the...
What a surprise.
Yeah. You have met the two sort of lead representatives within the city of Newmark, at least. That would be Minister Jan House, a gregarious orc who you recall wearing distinctive red and yellow clothing, and Speaker from the Church of St. Fury, and the Puritan is Speaker Fidelity Peters, a human woman who you recall as having quite sober clothing, pinched features, and an intense stare.
And an intense dislike of us, I think.
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
think we made good impressions on these people.
Though whether or not you had a...
Shocked Pikachu.
From memory, you didn't have a bad impression as far as you can tell on Minister Jan House, at least.
I'm really sorry, what was the Purity one called? My brain just blipped.
So it was Speaker Fidelity Peters.
Speaker Fidelity.
Yes, you know at least.
Weirdly, I got Speaker Peters and my brain just like deleted the middle word. You know how
I
it
mean,
is?
Speaker Peters would be an appropriate form of address.
Yeah.
So yes.
Peter. That's how I will address her. Speaker Peter.
I don't know why that's as funny as to me as it is, but it's really fucking
It's
funny.
really fun sound to make. I recommend everyone listening just make that sound.
If you're listening to Flintlocks and Fireballs right now, why don't you indulge in a little bit of echolalia?
Yeah, why not?
You know, just like treat
Yes.
yourself. Speaker Peter.
Speaker Peter. Speaker Peter.
Okay, wow. Okay, so you get the real surface level read on both of these churches. Then you know that St. Fury's church has ministers instead of priests and bishops.
You know, underline the word minister that I've just written down. That's really helpful, thanks.
Yep. They worship St. Fury, a saint who promotes self-fulfillment, pride, self-worth, and independence, and swift and meaningful retribution as a means of settling disputes. The emblem of St. Fury is a crossed saber and pistol in red and yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, you know when they write up this constitution who's going to be insisting on the right to bear arms being part of it.
Good lord, that's a bad drawing of a gun I've just done. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. So I tried to draw the logo and it's just shit. I need a reference anyway.
You know nothing about their structure, the structure of their church, or what sort of wealth they have, how they're organised, anything more than that surface level read on them.
I've just written they are big, mad, and like guns. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I've written angry, fighty friends.
Yeah.
I think we're going to do great here.
So good.
I also forgot to write
did.
down any of the names.
If you want
Corzin
to...
and
Scamp would have forgotten them, so it's fine.
Corzin and Scamp know a bit more because they stopped Celestia being turned to stone that time with
That's
Minister
true.
House.
Yes.
It's still like big, mad, and like guns. Don't get me wrong, but
Yes, you are. I guess... Yeah, no, you still didn't get a 10, so I'm not going to give you the litany of stuff that they really care about, but you at least get the top 3. Is their deal, as far as you their deal seems to be freedom, retribution, and self-determination.
And the right to arm bears. Sorry.
Yes.
Self-determination.
Technically, they fight for the right for bears to arm themselves.
Right, yeah.
Oh, I want to find a bear, awaken it, and bring it to them.
Bears with guns. I'm not going to know what that means
Statistically,
later,
some of
am
them
I?
might be.
Nope. Let's see. Nope.
I'm also writing that and will not remember it. But we'll both have written it, and therefore we think it's probably important.
Bears with guns.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You have... Okay, you remember... So the Church of Purity... it's the Church of Purity rather than Church of Saint Purity, although Purity is definitely regarded as a saint by them. The symbol of which is a 4-pointed white star. Okay, again, less than a 10. I'll let you... If you want to roll a second religion check to see if you get more about the other one, you can give it a try.
See how badly I can do.
Oh,
wow.
Because I
that's
probably
nat
paid
20.
attention on purpose.
I got a 1.
Stupidly, I have overheard something. Okay, this is how Celestia heard this good information. She was trapped in the corner of a pub, and it was really crowded, and couldn't get out, and just heard a fucking sermon, and because that's a 22.
Okay, yeah, pretty much
with disadvantage, may I add.
So, all right, Scamp. With a natural 1. You are...
It's going great.
I'm just trying to think about how to... what your perception of this is. Okay. All 3 of you have, in the recent, in between your adventures recently, heard a sermon from one of the speakers. And in the case of Corzin and Celestia, you were kind of stuck in a situation where you, in different situations where you get to hear the whole damn thing. But Scamp, the speaker that you heard attempted to delivered their whole speech through metaphors of purity.
I'm great with metaphors.
So good.
This is why I have a giant duck in my wing.
Yeah, as it pertains to using the metaphor of pure metals and metallurgy, and you've come out of this with the belief that they are just really, really big on ore refinement.
Just fucking love metal.
They just were really, really big on getting pure steel. Which is a weird concept because steel is an alloy that really, really depends on a specific level of impurity. But anyway.
You're doing great, sweetie.
What was the joke
Purity.
from that comedian one time? The man of steel is Iron Man with a coke habit.
Yeah.
Like metals. A lot. Great. Written that down. That's fine.
Lovely. True fact.
Right. I guess Celestia and Corzin. Corzin, you get very slightly more information. Celestia, you got stuck in an awkward position where you basically couldn't. You were in some sort of. I think you were in a public house or something.
It's like queuing up for a drink or whatever.
Yeah,
Somebody
you
just
got a
came
drink.
and started preaching.
And they hosted a Puritan meeting.
Why did they let me stay?
Oh,
You bought a drink
no.
at that point? You didn't want to walk away from it?
You got the drink.
No.
Yeah, you got the drink, and now
That's pertinent, given.
yes,
Yeah.
and
Ooh.
they're in the middle. They're taking up all the seats. There's no way to get out. Scamp isn't here. You can't teleport through a wall.
This is not present, by the way,
Yeah,
because I'm not drinking, so it can't
Oh
be.
yeah, this is
This is
like a week ago.
Like a little while ago, yeah.
You are stuck in this pub. You can't get to any of the exits, and they are all very seriously having cups of tea or coffee or plain water. You're getting a real, oh hey, these guys are against the evils of drink a bit attitude. And it's now too socially awkward to push past anyone to get out of the room.
Oh no, I think I was more of a. I think it was, and then they started quite obviously talking about the evils of drink and things. And I think I sat there with my tits out and had 5 shots.
Okay, so you stuck around out of spite,
Yeah,
basically.
tits out in the usual Celestia way, not anymore. I didn't just flop them out.
Yeah.
Just the usual cut to the table. I just realised that sounded like I could have. Yeah, that's not what I meant. What did I hear?
I'm just giving the scenario with Corzin as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because you both get
We
a lot
both
of the
had
same
similar
information.
things, yeah.
Corzin, you have the weird experience of actually encountering them in a much less hostile environment. In that a bunch of what is you know what? Kraken's Bane needed repairs after the Battle of New York.
Yeah.
You discover I will say that during the bits of downtime that have happened, it's mostly been finishing up. The Kraken's Bane is almost is functionally repaired, but there's been there has essentially been the equivalent of paintwork to finish and small jobs and so on.
And we have the whole retrofitting thing that we're doing, but yeah.
And then indeed retrofitting and so on. So you are surprised to find that a number of volunteers from who are Puritans have actually shown up, and Molly, explains this. Has explained this during the time between upon your return. They show up here. They show up once every 5 days, basically on Puritan holy days, so both Regent's Day and the midweek day, and just volunteer their time to help, their time and skills to help rebuild the rebuild and repair the ship. This seems to just be a thing they do. as a
helpful.
form of worship. They go and they basically charitably donate their time.
All right.
So you and during this you strike up a conversation with them and learn quite a few things. All right. Both of you learn that the core teachings of purity are humility, self-restraint, and responsibility.
Great.
Oh yeah, the things where there's some stuff that's going to really clash with Celestia here. So,
although I could sell some stuff that I'm doing as stuff that they'd agree. Ooh, interesting. Anyway,
so they are particularly big on on humility, on abandonment of materialism. They really, unlike the much gaudier, almost decked out Church of St. Fury, the Puritan worship houses are fucking Spartan. They don't wear jewelry. They don't have nice things.
Never mind.
Yeah. The things that they have are they don't have bad things, but the things are as good as they need to be to do the job. And they have a big thing. They have a whole thing about subordinating personal needs to the needs of the community. They're very community focused. They want to bind communities together through shared principles and worship, but they focus on what communal deeds and what deeds a community working together can achieve. They are very big on public works, hence the volunteering their time to help repair ships damaged in defense of the city. They have a surprising number of functionally volunteer nurses and medical workers that all of their clerics, who are clerics in the sense of actually being able to commune with spirits, have a strong focus on healing magic. But Celestia and indeed Corzin, you can't help but notice that preaching about their beliefs is very much woven through the whole thing.
Yeah.
They are decidedly, as befits a religious organisation, decidedly not secular. They are, given their high community focus, though, they are not very hierarchical. They're in fact incredibly decentralised.
Hence why they have a speaker, not a minister or a deacon or anything like that.
Indeed. There is, there are sort of grades within speakers, but they're more like grades of respect rather than ranking. There are general speakers, but then there are those who are recognised as elder speakers. Corzin, you in particular know that there is a venerable speaker who nominally serves as the head of the church, in as much as they have one, in that it's the speaker that the other speakers pay attention to. That would be "Judgment shall be visited upon thee, Cole," or or speaker Judgment Cole for short.
Yep.
Yeah, they're big on those sorts of names.
Wow.
Yeah, like genuinely in real world history, there was a judge once that was called "If Christ hath not come into the world, thou wouldst have been damned, bare bones."
Did it get shortened to "damned bare bones" a lot?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'd call myself damned if that was my name.
Yeah.
You do.
The English Civil War. It was a time.
Oh, it was. You get. So you also get the breakdown of several. Here are a bunch of phrases that come up a lot in their sermons. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. We all bear a responsibility for the plight of our fellow people. Vices and excess are a path to self-destruction, and their display leads others down that path. Self-restraint and self-denial are the best tools to avoid temptation and destruction. Be true in word and deed. When deceiving others, we first deceive ourselves. Virtuous ends do not excuse immoral means. Many crimes are justified by the greater good. Do not imagine yourself as greater than you are, for self-deception leads to disaster. Personal ambition is a deception. Great deeds are not achieved by the one, but the many. Working together, all things can be done. Every soul saved enriches the world.
Oh, my cult radar is just like bing, 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 bing.
Oh yeah, hugely.
Bing.
And
It's a
frankly,
cult. Help.
look, the only exposure Corzin would have had to any of this prior to coming to Sunder would be basically whatever the Church of the Regent has to say about all of them, which is like, oh, the heterodox bastards. No.
Yeah, pretty much. The Church of the Regency depicts these guys as like ultra strict radicals who need to be brought back into line, and like and horrifically intolerant and all of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Notably, so Corzin, natural 20. You also get a bit more information about their resources. They don't extract a tithe because their speakers work part-time. Like they speak part-time, but they also like it's a whole thing that the speakers also usually have a job that earns that does things beyond provide spiritual guidance. But what they do have is a lot of manpower, because they are very good at mobilizing communities of people to action.
Okay.
They are, because of the amount of charity that they do. There is a surprise. They can pull on a surprising amount of charitable donations when the call goes out as well. These they are so they, for all that they don't wave wealth around. They are they are economically a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, like they don't have personal wealth, but they do have like, if
sure
not societal wealth, then like concentrated community wealth.
Yeah, it is like the volunteer / missionary who talks to you about a lot of this while working on reapplying tar to the ship, gushes a little bit about the venerable speaker, Judgment Cole. You actually get a description as a human man, 50s, apparently notable for his curly ginger neck beard. Doesn't have a mustache.
Okay.
Yeah. But very doesn't have fancy clothes. Tends to wear just noted for a regular brown cotton coat and a wide brimmed hat. And is
Does it have a buckle on it?
Doesn't have a buckle.
Okay, no, we're in about the wrong era for that, but sorry, mental image there.
Does it's rounded with a wide brim though, and
right? I got it.
Notable for work, but famously works as a joiner. The missionary says that he once had the good fortune of attending a congregation that was being held down in down in the colony of Purity. They were pretty on the nose when they named it.
Was that like the first place they settled?
Yeah, it's pretty much
right.
They named their colony after their patron saint. And having attended a congregation of speakers at Purity, had the opportunity to shake the man's hand, and found him to just be a very no-nonsense, practical sort of person.
Okay, interesting.
So that is all the information you have on both of those churches.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
And the big news is delegations from both of them seem to have arrived in the night, but no one's quite sure who's attending.
Where would the St. Fury delegation have been coming from if the Puritans have been coming from Purity to talk about
They
St.
would
Purity?
probably have come from Johannesland.
Johannesland,
which
right,
is
cool.
which is the biggest Fury.
I have the map
colony.
in front of me here.
Yeah,
They're right next to each other. That's interesting.
They I hate this, but I have an in, don't I? Do they hold talks on abstinence?
yes, they would. I mean, actually, they'll hold talks on abstinence, but it's more like they hold regular meetings, and the speaker or anyone nominated by the speaker, and it's nominated in the speaker's in the sense that the speaker's role seems to be more like a meeting chairer as much as anything else, can stand up and start a discussion about their beliefs and their problems, and then everyone gathered will chip in.
I just wonder if I could use my current state of still probably mild withdrawal to be plausibly there. Basically. Which is probably terrible of me, but I was wondering. We did meet Jan House, didn't we?
You have met both of them,
both.
both Jan House and speaker Fidelity Peters.
I think Jan House liked us a bit better, didn't he?
Jan House liked you well enough. I mean, I guess technically all three of you have, but Celestia doesn't really remember a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't really remember.
But Scamp and Corzin both met Jan House to get Celestia fixed, uncursed that one time.
Well, I was stoned and then I was stoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Celestia comboed, as I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'm actually this bit in character because I'm trying to figure out if and why we should speak to them. So I'm going to do that in character.
Sure. Okay.
We hear the rumours.
Yeah. So you
we're at breakfast or something.
Yeah, breakfast.
She's looking a bit gross still, I imagine. Feeling great. Apparently some cults are in town. Have you heard?
You mean
ones?
The angry one. Whatever they do. I don't know, they're like bears and arms or something. And then the one who hated us, the Purity one.
The one that likes metal a lot.
Is that a thing? I've not heard that one.
Apparently.
Huh.
Yeah, we've all going on about it.
They're just boring clothes and, no fun and no drinking and all that.
Oh, well, both of them are going to have a time of it when they find out that at least some of the population are now worshipping a snake god that apparently ate the sun.
You can't be too careful about cults. You look over, it's Peter, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Peter is there.
It's been a while.
Yeah, he's just there.
No.
And he hands
Fucking hell, Peter! Ah!
I brought you some coffee.
Why are you like this?
You look down. You notice that Peter is now wearing a little amulet with a fucking snake eating the sun on it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Of course.
Thanks, Peter.
Have a good day now. Stands up and leaves. You didn't notice him sit down.
Has he got worse, or is it just me?
Should we maybe get someone to look at him?
I mean, I am seeing Algin a fair amount. I could ask him to,
just
check.
check. I kind of meant an exorcist or something. But sure, that works
I'm just going to take a second and have a little look-see, actually. I'm going to do detect thoughts. What's in Peter's head, Jason? Have fun.
Coffee.
Right, let's roll odds on this, because you... Oh shit, okay, we've hit the 10% chance.
Oh no, what is he doing?
You hear him think, "Stop reading my thoughts."
No.
And then you hear him think, "Oh, it was worth periodically thinking that around Celestia then."
Oh, fuck you weird little guy.
He walks out of range and
Celestia.
carries on.
You can't just look in people's heads, even if they might be possessed.
I was checking on his fucking well-being, you little shit. Trying to be nice. Also, I didn't dig, did I? I thought if he was okay, he might be thinking about fucking coffee. He never talks about anything else, does he? Just weird wide eyes. Oh, I brought you coffee. Like, what?
Is it good coffee, at least?
It is actually really good coffee.
Are you drinking it? Because I'm fucking not. I'm going to watch Corzin drink it first and see if there's anything weird going on with it.
Yeah, actually, no, Corzin will take it, sniff it, take it something. Well, that's quite good, actually.
Oh, I'm giving it a minute before I try mine, see if anything weird happens to you.
It's really well roasted.
I mean, if you're going to hyper-focus on something, there are worse things.
I feel like that's giving people who are hyper-focused a bad name. They're not all that terrifying.
So they were.
Roll a con save with advantage.
Con save with advantage, okay. Is this by dint then a poison?
Oh, I'm just taking into account your halfling constitution if it is poisoned.
That's only
He's
a
just
10.
making you roll for the shit.
That's only a 10.
Hint of cinnamon and nutmeg.
Aww.
Oh, yeah.
Does Corzin look weird at all?
Corzin
Always.
seems to be enjoying a nice coffee.
A dubious sip of
Might be
coffee.
onto that or something there.
It's really good.
That's actually really fucking nice.
Roll a con save.
What? I don't have con. Am I? How ill am I? Do I have normal con right now?
Right now,
Okay.
I'll say you have normal.
I mean, it's
con.
been a week. I'm still
we're
not.
past the-
I'm not well,
we're
but I'm
past
not
the
in
penalties
really
point.
bad time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. It's 18.
Yeah. Hint of cinnamon and nutmeg. It's nice.
It's really nice, but I'm just vaguely suspicious.
That's because it's coffee, it's evil.
You are incorrect, little friend.
You feel a fair bit more alert after about 10 minutes of drinking it.
Maybe we should stop being so mean to Peter. That was quite nice.
Now I definitely think it was cursed.
I think you might be onto something
What's
there.
Peter's
but
second
anyway,
name?
Corzin would know this
Is
due
it-
to the him being on the crew manifest, but none of us, I think, do.
Corzin, roll an intelligence check just to see if you can remember it.
All I'm saying is
Intelligence,
it
okay.
Buchanan, It's in character.
That is a 14.
On the list, on as far as you remember, on the crew manifest, Peter is written down as Peter J. Peter.
Peter.
Peter J.
What does
J.
What does the J stand for?
Peter, where are you?
J-A-Y?
No response.
Does it?
No,
does
J.
it stay?
Like J. Dot.
Is it Jeta?
It's-
Jeta.
Okay.
Peter Jeta Peter.
Peter, Jimothy, Peter. I'm calling it. I am. He's weird enough.
All right. There's a simple way to settle this. Next time you see him, just start humming the tune.
Yeah, see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should do that. He's gone now, isn't he?
It's gone.
Okay.
In any case, so there are representatives from the various different big churches in Sunder who are here, presumably for the Congress, same as everybody else.
Yes. Should we go talk to them? Do we have reason to?
I mean, yeah, we need to persuade them on side.
And it might be an idea to get at least a vague rundown of what it is they're hoping to get out of all of this.
Yeah, see where they're at.
What they want
if we
is
actually
a good
need
start.
to. Yeah. Because let's face it, we don't want to make things worse.
Yeah, we could
true.
make things worse.
We absolutely could make things worse.
Abstaining, right? I'm a poor desperate soul who's abstaining from the evils of alcohol.
Oh, so am I.
I suppose they do have a temperance movement, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I still look like
Puritans.
shit, right? It's plausible.
I mean, yeah, but
if you want to go in with that angle, Celestia, it's not a terrible idea.
it's also like they don't mind. They just don't want people doing it rather than, oh, you have to get someone who's giving up something. It doesn't really matter if you look good or not. I mean, they're not. As long as you're going and saying, I'm not doing this.
Not doing this thing. Yeah. Well, I thought it might be an in to talk to them.
Yeah.
Can't hurt. With regards to St. Fury, I suppose...
I don't really remember that person.
Understandable. You had other things on your mind, chiefly being made out of stone at the time.
Yeah,
but
and then being on a lot of things, so my brain felt like it was full of lightning, as I recall. Yeah, no, my memories are a bit weird at that point in time.
Well, the Orcish fellow, Jan House, was the representative that's in this city, at least. I mean, if I had to guess, probably making sure that any previous grievances against them or the church had been... were repaid in some way.
There are, to your knowledge, because they're very public about this, 2 meetings that the local congregation, that that Speaker Fidelity Peters' congregation holds today. It's just counting my day numbers. Yeah, no, you're past. It's not a holy day for them. So these are just regular meetings. They have one in the middle of the day for those who want to come by during functionally lunch, and one in the evening for those who want to come by after. Essentially after work. So if you wanted to attend a meeting with if you wanted to approach the Puritans, to approach the Furious, previous times you've done that, you've pretty much gone to the local Church of St. Fury and sought an audience with Minister House.
Is the collective term for them the Furious? That's brilliant.
Yes.
I like that. That goes kind of hard, to be honest.
Yeah.
Still, like, terrifying, the worst, but yeah.
So, where do we go first? Should we go to the one that doesn't have a set time and just?
I feel like that makes sense. Start somewhere.
Yeah, let's try it.
All right. Are you doing this as a team, or are you splitting up? Is what I'm checking.
Let's do it as a team.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Yeah.
In which case, you're going to head up.
It's fun to have things to do together.
It is.
Yeah.
Good.
So you go. You head out to the to the local Church of St. Fury. Unlike the very sort of bare bones church building of the Purity lot, this is an actual church. and it is pretty fancy when it comes down to it. Although it's not as grand as the cathedrals back in the old country, the local Church of St. Fury does have it's made of well constructed brick. It has a sort of in a colonial style. It's got white stone facings on part of it, and it has a more modern style of stained glass window. Notably, in particular, pride of place is the image of St. Fury herself, depicted as a pale amber-skinned human with burning yellow-red hair and orange eyes, winged in a classically angelic fashion. Pistol in one hand out to one side, saber in the other, raised up. Dressed in a flaring classical yellow and red fabric dress.
Kind of hot, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm into it, truthfully. Yeah. It's so fun that everyone here likes girls.
Yeah.
Stood atop a hill with like a stylized sunset, either sunset or sunrise in the background. The window has been positioned in such a way that if you catch it at the right time of day, the sun will actually shine through said.
Oh, it's got like Ellie's favourite lighting.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that on a personal level. Yeah.
And yes, the interior of the church is well decked out as well. Now, let's see who is around. Upon arriving, Minister Young is not around. However, however, you do meet a sort of lay. You're not really sure if it's a lay priest exactly, or like a functionary who of the church. A halfling who introduces himself. Go. Hello there.
Hello.
I'm Samford, but you can call me Sam, sibling Samford, and I'm here to. I'm afraid the High Minister house is currently indisposed.
No, fair enough.
However, might I ask what spiritual considerations the High Minister can help you with?
I want to talk about this upcoming Congress situation.
Yeah, what, in your opinion, do you think is the thing that he and, by extension, the church would most want to get out of it?
Samford bites his lip a little and frowns. Well, I didn't know if I could speak for some for the wishes of the High Minister.
That's why I said, in your opinion.
Well, in my opinion, all I could say is, we will probably want to. I'm sure that the minister will want to pursue the wishes of Fury, of St. Fury, and what's best for us all as individuals. Are you members of the congregation yourselves?
Not yet, no.
We're just interested parties.
If you don't mind my saying, are you by any chance the captain of the Kraken's Beam?
That's me, yes.
Oh, my Fury. May I shake your hand? Because
I offer him my hand.
Thank you. He shakes your hand with like both of his, just really like that sort of slight. As nervous as this chap is, the handshake. It's weird. The handshake is like almost practiced. Like it's like a perfect double-handed handshake. But he's like slightly overdoing it with enthusiasm. Like,
also, is this guy a human and I'm a halfling?
Oh no, this guy's another halfling. So it's
another halfling, right?
He's
okay,
actually like a similar height to you. He's a bit on the short end.
He's teeny.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like really, it seems quite happy to have someone to like see eye to eye with.
It's always amusing to imagine like the scale difference of hands sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, this guy has like he's the same height as Corzin, bright red hair, hair and freckles, like real chuffed to me. Like I gotta say, it is an honor to meet yourself, and of course your who's not heard of your shanty. Of your shantyman and the sorcerer, you're real heroes round here.
Well, thanks.
No, we're like, you know, the minister has actually used you as examples before in his sermons. You know what?
Oh, really?
Yeah, you live up. You know, we look up to your example. Like, you know, one of the first principles of Fury is that you are your own master, the captain of your fate. And I mean, he gestures at you with your in your captain gear. You know, and we've heard of the tale of your of the trials that you've gone through. You know, this struggle, as they say, struggle makes you strong, and you have just struggled hard.
You're not
wrong. That's very kind of you.
No, you should. I'm. You know, it's. You've done a lot, and you should be real proud of what you've done.
Thank you. So...
Especially choose licorice and looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, like when a lot of people would have backed down, but no, you did. You know, you picked up you drew your arms and you fought for liberty.
That we did.
Suppose so.
Well, that's
the shirt cuffs start getting shredded.
That's sort of again one of the reasons why we're interested in the various different peoples who are coming to this Congress soon and seeing like what everybody wants to get out of it, because, well, it seems to me that having won a decisive victory, we now need to consolidate that. We now need to make sure that everyone is, as far as possible, at least has a seat at the table to decide what happens next.
I mean, of course, I've no doubt that there'll be some hard bargains to be driven.
That's kind of what we're trying to figure out, what everybody wants.
I don't doubt it.
See if we can come to some sort of arrangements that will please people.
Well, that would make sense. The Hammond minister is currently busy with, does have orders not to be disturbed unless it's on, unless it's for, you understand, for members of the church.
Of course.
I believe these two did. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What in character would I call what they did with him in terms of healing Celestia? Like, is there a term for that?
A miracle.
I believe these two did a miracle with him. Does that make them members?
Of course.
I was a bit indisposed at the time.
Oh yeah, yes. The minister told us, gave us a sermon all about it. The Siren of Stone, indeed.
Oh, I quite like that.
You should write a song about that.
Yeah.
I will. I understand that was more of a one-off arrangement. Although, if you are interested in becoming members, then any future such services would, of course, come with a membership discount.
Oh, that's good to know.
Oh.
I successfully hit Oil, if you're interested. Very successfully.
Excellent.
Is there any particular time that we could talk to the minister?
Yes, a better time for us to come back.
Well,
we're just trying to spread his message to the future government.
There is a. You see, there's a moment where.
But we can't spread his message if we don't know what he wants us to spread, you know?
Where sibling Samford sort of chews his lip for a moment and seems to be thinking something over.
Is everything okay?
Everything is fine. It is if I may be, if I may relate a story.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Sure.
There is no shame in cutting to the front of a queue, so long as you are willing to pay for the privilege. And I sense a reluctance to to embrace membership at this point, but perhaps there is something that could help us help out the minister here that might merit moving you forward to the front of that queue.
What would you want? Well, what would the minister want?
Well, I understand that you did some mighty magic during the battle and everything that really changed bits of, there were strange things happening in the woods and curious visions and the like. Less on the driving, less on trees screaming type
and singing
front.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would be a real nice gesture for Sinfury if there was something you could do that might just look real nice around the church. If there's anything that something nice and flashy, maybe.
Okay. I messaged the other two. Fuck, we shouldn't do this, should we? Surely.
Well, if we do, it sends a message.
Exactly.
I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure if that's necessarily a message we want to be sending right this second.
Yeah, Celestia's face is like entirely composed. Like she's chewing licorice. If you know her, she looks a bit stressed. But if you don't, it's just casual. But like her voice in your head, it's just like really. I'm not comfortable with this at all. I hate it.
You have I'm going to give you a choice. You can either roll a deception check to keep your cool, or an insight check to try and get a better sense of Sanford's motivations.
Anybody?
Depending on whether you want to be inwards or outwards focused.
And can the rest of us try and figure that out?
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to give you this as an either or.
I
I will
think
try and
Celestia's
roll
struggling
insight,
to
'cause
keep
I'm
cool
curious.
right now.
I think insight.
So I'm going to do the opposite because I think.
Oh, that's
I
a
think I'm
20.
struggling. Ooh, it's really good. 34. If it's performance.
Jeez.
Is that performance? Would that count as performance or deception?
Deception, but
Deception. 26.
there's still plenty.
Just a 10 for Corzin.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you keep Celestia. You keep
Blasé as fuck.
Blasé as fuck.
It's probably quite disconcerting against the voice that you get into your head, which is just like help.
Scamp, you are a little Sanford presumably can pretty clearly read your feelings on the matter, but you do get the feeling that this is.
I mean, I'm not sure what my feelings are on the matter.
So Sanford can definitely really read your ambivalence, to be sure. Similarly for Corzin. I guess with a 10, Corzin, you get the sense that Sanford Sanford is looking to get something out of you. The Scamp, you get the sense from what he's said and how he's acting that pushing you to the front of the queue is something he can do. It's probably going to cost him something to do it, and he wants to make sure that he gets something out of it, whether whether it's monetary or prestige based. But this seems to be but this is definitely he wants to get something out of this.
Well, I mean, we can do a big flashy magic if you want everyone to think, yay, we've done a thing. Does that really help you? Is this not... That sounds more, not to be rude, but that sounds more like a purity thing than a fury thing. What do you get from it? Surely we can do something to help you specifically more.
He bites his lip a little, and then
because they're gonna, if they see the big old magic, they know it's Celestia. They're not gonna think of Sanford.
I do have a bit of a style, it's my magic doesn't really.
On that note, however,
assimilate.
Well, of course. Apologies, Captain. Please.
When is the next holy day you have coming up?
Oh, that'll be in 3 days, of course, on it's Regent's Day, but he says on Furious Day, on Regent's Day. We haven't been able to get Furious Day to stick.
Right. Well.
And trust me, the Puritans have been trying that too.
Well, something that I know that the Puritans definitely won't have is some of these, and I pull out some of the fireworks that I have.
Ooh, how many fireworks have you got?
Well, my full inventory currently is 2 of the fear and 29 of the regular.
Let's think about that.
I'm not necessarily offering all of them, but, like, definitely I'm willing to part with a handful of them if it's like, hey, you know, this is going to get people noticing you. And it'll be a thing that is special enough, but not directly connected to, like, Celestia specifically, that it'll look like its own thing.
And it's something Samfa could set off.
Exactly.
And it's explosions. They love those.
Yeah!
Do you any things about that?
It's big, it's flashy, it's like the definition of both.
Totally.
Well,
Explosion, you love them. Come on.
Explosion!
that is something there. I appreciate the question how I might benefit. If you one of the things that the church classically does is commission works commission works of art or beauty, and if you commission a display, then traditionally, or an art piece, you may traditionally deliver, have the honor of delivering the sermon about it.
Right.
One should, as Fiore says, you should be proud of your achievements and your abilities. Humility is a trap to make you lesser than you are. So although this is, some manner of illusion or flashy thing from you would be your work, I would be able to claim having commissioned it.
Get Celestia in your head. I'm really sorry, but I'm in no way doing an illusion for this.
Yeah,
it's alright, we'll work this out.
I know that's not like help, but she just.
Oh, no,
I just can't make her do it in my
fair,
head. Like I really can't.
Samford has a think for a moment.
She doesn't say that out loud. That was over the message.
I will. If you had a whole bunch of those fireworks, that would work.
How many would you need?
Well, you said you got 2 of fear, and then what, like 29 of the others?
29 of the others, yeah. And a fire lance with which to launch them.
Ross might be able to like get more fireworks if he decides that's his thing.
Yeah.
Roll 3d10, please.
3d10, okay. Do you want total or individuals?
Total, please.
Total, that is 21.
He goes through your set. At the cost set and selecting, reading, examining them and making a selection. His sort of initial pitch for what he wants is 20 of your bog standard fireworks and 1 of the fears, because he likes the name.
Okay, yeah, nice sort of juxtaposition
and to borrow the fire lines to launch them.
Valid, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
On the Regent's Day celebration, you will get that back.
Okay. I'm gonna haggle with him a little bit.
All right, yeah.
Oh, can I give him inspiration?
You can.
I'll just, give him a little, clap on the shoulder, like it's subtle. And that is a D12 these days.
Yep. Okay. Right. I have a little marker for my D12s. There we go. Right. Okay, would this be a persuasion check?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Okay, I'm going to use the inspiration.
All right.
Cracking. I hope it works for you.
And we'll abstract it. We'll abstract the back and forth and tell you what you land on.
Yeah, that's still not great, but that's... Yeah, no, that's still only a 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think even adding a D4 will help at this point.
No, not significantly.
Mate.
You actually...
Frankly, I am happy to let the 1 fear and the 10 regular go.
Oh.
But I was just seeing how much I could.
You actually managed to... there's a point where you accidentally insult... where you accidentally insult Sanford by basically you lowball him so much with your initial counter offer that he looks outright offended.
15, 3, 17, 1.
And then and by the time you manage to reach number again, you end up having to to reach an agreement again. You end up having to throw in an extraordinary firework.
Fair.
So you pay 21 fireworks and 1 fear.
Okay. 21 gun salute, I guess.
Yep. However, at the end, he offers you a hand to shake. So,
I shake it.
Right. And the deal is done. And
Lovely.
my word is sacred. So I will ensure that... so if you just wait here, I will ensure that I'll get you the closest meeting with the minister I can. Would you like any tea or coffee while you wait?
Coffee would be
All
lovely.
right, thank you.
He brings you a coffee. Scamp, he looks to you. Forgive me. Tea, coffee, spiced wine.
Do you have any milk?
I could get you a latte.
No, thank you.
Latte without coffee in it? They'd probably like that.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, that's it's milk without.
That's
what it is.
He just seems vaguely offended by the idea of not getting you coffee for some reason.
Horrified.
After he leaves, it's like, we can always
There's
get
a
more
whole-
fireworks.
There's another whole cult of coffee going on under this. This is suspicious.
Sorry about that. I should have just done the illusion, shouldn't I? That would have been a lot easier.
Well, no,
This is cheaper in terms of stuff we can do. Frankly,
I hate this. I hate churches so much. She just needs to say it for a minute. She's looking like a bit tenser than generally. Like it's not going well in here.
it's the first time I've been in one since the.
Yeah, just before we go visit the other one, should we just do something in advance? Because they're going to want something to see them. There's a lot of houses and things still buggered up in this town. Less so than it was, but we could just go spend a couple of hours helping rebuild some houses or something.
That might be nice, actually. That sounds good.
Not a terrible idea.
What were you going to say?
And not to be manipulative, but that might get us a meeting.
It might.
It is a thing. They seem to be pretty hot on, the Puritans.
And if not, we built some houses. Hey.
Yeah.
We've done something useful either way, right?
Yeah.
Corzin, what were you going to say with it's the first time we've been in one? I was curious.
It's the first time I've been in a church since the Sarah Citadel, and it's like, the best way I can put it is I know too much to be here anymore.
Ooh, are you all right? That's big stuff.
Yeah, I'll be fine. But you can't know what we know and have your relationship to it not be changed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think I had that moment quite a long time ago, but yeah.
Well, then you know what I mean in terms of just, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, my whole background with it is different to yours again as well.
Yeah, same, really.
But I appreciate that if you were brought up just on Regency, it's probably pretty weird. Never much like church.
To know that, to know that one thing is wrong is is one thing, but to know that all of them are equally wrong and not at the same time, that's going to take a while to sort out.
Yeah. You know how Jin talks to people, right? If you... He's quite a good listener.
I think perhaps
If you're feeling weird...
a different perspective on it at least
yeah,
might...
I mean, he's an outsider you're not worried about upsetting, you know? Because it's sort of his job. Makes a difference. It's also sort of horrible, but, you know, yeah. If you're feeling weird and confused, might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's go give him a little squeeze on the shoulder and he gets another inspiration. Because he's looking all rattled.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
It's alright. Here to talk to if you need.
After a few minutes, the side door of the chapel opens. You've been brought your coffees, by the way. One coffee and one hot milk, begrudgingly mixed with a small amount of what appears to be, from the taste of it, appears to be chocolate.
Ooh.
You don't know why this halfling refuses to just give you milk, but
Luckily, chocolate's fine.
Coffee cult.
That doesn't look like a coffee.
There's cinnamon in it.
Yeah, but there's resentment in it too.
Can you taste it?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Scamp, roll a constitution save.
Yeah.
Is resentment an allergen? Discuss.
Depends who you are. Some people are very good.
Cinnamon and nutmeg.
And resentment.
And resentment.
Where are they getting all this cinnamon and nutmeg from?
There's recently been like a spice shipment that's
Apparently
arrived.
so.
I mean, yeah, there must have been.
Everyone's very excited about it. They're all putting it in all their drinks. It's like novelty value.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, if the YouTube channel Townsends has taught me anything, there's nutmeg in every flippin' thing from
That
this
is
era.
a very good YouTube channel. That's good.
Yeah.
But yes, Samford returns and says, given your requests, the Prime Minister invites you to speak with him and his guest in his personal quarters this way.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great.
Lovely.
You are guided through the side door into the back of the church. So you've been into the back of the church of the local Regency church previously here, which would be, just double check here, but I'm pretty sure that is the Church of St Stitchfather. Because
I remember that.
Yes, because you then broke into the crypt, stole a body, and
grave
brought them
robbing,
back to
grave
life.
robbing.
Yay!
Yep.
And
Why do all our characters grave rob? We grave robbed at LARP as well not that long ago. We've got a thing about it.
Grave
To be
robbing
fair,
is a rich
we robbed the
tradition.
grave. We didn't take the bones out the grave.
Which
we didn't
really
know we
should
could
have
take
done.
the bones. We would have robbed we would have stolen the body too if we could.
Sorry, stowaways. We're all very LARP brain at the moment.
Yeah.
We've just been
Spoilers for anyone who goes to the same LARP.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, not
Yeah.
lots of spoilers. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nah.
But the back and the back of the church there was, like a little Spartan. Frankly, there's most of the fancy bits were around the front. The back of the church of St. Fury is kind of plush. Like the apartment, Minister House's apartment is less like a vestry and some sleeping quarters, and more like an actual apartment. Like there is clearly money that has been put into deliberately making a comfortable reception area, because when you are shown into it, you see that there are plush cushioned seats, a very nice sort of table laid out. There is a fine, there is well polished silverware available with a cafetiere on hand for coffee. There is a small bar to prepare drinks at. This place is
Sit as far from that as possible.
Yeah, this place is designed for small, intimate meetings where you want to impress people and make them feel comfortable. Possibly before then driving some really hard bargains.
You know when you're chewing a licorice stick and it's starting to get like a bit frayed
Oh yeah.
with
Yes.
Oh yeah. You're getting increasing amounts of just like bits
Fucking
of stick
stick,
in your
yeah.
mouth now. And there are two people in here, and two spirits. Well, there's spirits all over the place. It is a church, but there are two spirits that stand out, and they obviously belong to the two people. So one of them is, of course, High Minister House. Jan stands up and greets you warmly. Well, if it isn't a pleasure to see you again, Captain Horhace. Of course, Celestia Stardust, always a pleasure to meet you. Scamp.
Hello.
Please.
Good to see you again, Minister.
If I might introduce the heroes of Newmark, and of course my most gracious guest. He turns and gestures to the other individual sat with him, who has remained seated but gives you a warm smile. It's an orc woman, middle-aged, with that kind of type of... The style of blonde hair kind of described as dirty blonde, like...
Yeah.
Not like really, really shiny blonde, but it's done up in very neat dresses. She's grey-green skin and dark blue eyes.
Neat what?
Tresses.
Oh, tresses. I thought you said dresses. It's like, what are hairdresses? I'm there.
I'm just going to make sure that
I like the idea.
They're just tiny dresses in her hair.
Hairdress.
Oh.
I just thought they were like a hairstyle that I hadn't heard of, you know?
I'm gonna say hairdressers, are like extensions or wigs or I don't know.
Ribbons? I don't know. Yeah.
But no, the classic tresses, which, I'm actually doubting myself about my own imagination.
I didn't.
Don't doubt yourself. You had
you're
a
probably
picture in
fine.
your
I
head.
literally
It was
just
valid.
misheard. Like, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Are they like really defined ringlets?
Yeah, basically really defined
No,
ringlets.
now that I've heard it's tresses, I'm actually completely there. Like, yeah.
So yes, she has neat tresses of dirty blonde hair, dark blue eyes, grey-green skin. She favours, and you can see that she's wearing a neat and very straight, very crisply ironed, dark red sleeveless vest and skirt with a pale pink sleeved shirt underneath it and an orange neck scarf which is pinned
That's a lot.
with a red spinel brooch.
Is it a different shade of red to the dark? It is because
Yes.
it's been out. That's a lot. That's a lot of colours in an outfit, man. Whoa,
Yeah, somehow
that's a
she makes
choice.
it work.
That are more impressive. What kind of pink are we talking? Is it like, I'm sorry, I'm being a nerd, but is it light pink or like bright? Like, what are we talking?
Under the circumstances, which pink do you think would best bring together a dark red, bright red, and orange colour combination? Because, yes, I'm aware that is a lot.
I mean, if you want my opinion, it depends whether you want it to be brought together or not. Like, if it's supposed to actually look good,
Actually look good.
probably like a desaturated light one would be your
Yeah.
best bet. Probably on the warmer side so that it's all warm. If I had to. Like, yeah.
Sort of closer to
If
peach.
it's like a colour, not quite all the way peach. It's still pink. Because then peach is we're getting more orange, and you don't want orange, you want pink.
Yeah.
Weirdly, you've said pink, so I'm
said pink,
keeping
so
it
it's
in
pink.
like pink.
Yeah. This is this lady is wearing loud colours and pulling it off is the feeling I want you to have here.
Yeah, cool.
Which is a kind of an achievement because I've described a very loud
I mean, if she's
palette
wearing loud
there.
colours and pulling it off fuchsia, like, just have her somehow carry it off.
Yeah.
It just somehow works. You don't
Yeah.
know how.
No. I'm going to go with that desaturated pale
Okay,
pink.
cool.
Because like I want that to actually
Just
pull
because
off.
you feel like the red's real punches. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm literally just being a nerd when I ask what kind of pink. I'm sorry.
She also
Please continue
has
with your
cu-
life.
Enameled cufflinks in red and orange with
My God, she's a vibe.
Yeah.
Like, it's terrible. But,
yeah.
ugh.
The cufflinks are of the crossed saber and pistol image. They're
Member of the faithful, then.
very much so, and there are artful braziers, small artful braziers that burn decoratively, like with pronounced flames in this room.
She is kind of a whole vibe. Like, honestly. Oh, yes.
You can see that prowling around them are two spirits as well. You recognise. It's been a long time, so apologies if this has changed slightly. You recognise the orange cat spirit of Minister House.
I remember that.
Yeah, from before, that kind of slinks between your legs and around.
Rainbow Spirit gives it pats.
And you also see Curl sort of in a sort of it paces in a sort of active way. You feel like you get the feeling that this spirit never really stops moving. There is a brilliant red and orange fox, essentially a sort of wandering around, moving across the back of the cushioned benches around the seating area. And it is much more defined than the already fairly defined orange cat that you associate with High Minister House.
Sorry, what creature was that? My brain blipped.
A red and orange fox.
Literally the only bit that I missed.
And its fur seems to flicker into flames at the ends.
Cool. What Pokemon is
The Firefox, if you will.
A firefox, if you will.
that? Two different brains. You went the internet and I went Pokemon. thinking
Both
of,
of
like-
which are drawing the same imagery. So
Thinking
yeah,
of like the Eevee evolution.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Flareon.
That's the one.
Flareon.
I knew that you'd know. You're good at Pokemon names. Yeah.
I know
Just
all
the one
the
tail.
Eevee evolutions.
Yeah.
Just the one tail. We're not going into like different mythologies here. So, but the yes, he introduces. He says, "Of course, if I could introduce my guest." The orc smiles. A pleasure to meet you, Grand Minister Ingrid Schmidt.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you. I put a hand out.
She
Pleased
shakes
to meet
it
you
too.
warmly.
Strong
She has a perfect handshake.
Oh, like weirdly perfect.
Not even. No, not weirdly perfect. She's managed to get past that stage. It takes a moment where, like, a moment later, you realise, wait a minute, that was a perfect handshake. Like she looks you in the eye, and just the right amount to make you feel comfortable, but not so much that it feels like a challenge or to stare you. The shake is firm. Is like firm but not crushing, and she releases after just long enough that you feel reassured instinctively without feeling intimidated.
What does one roll for a handshake?
Depends what style you want to play off with it. Are you gonna try like are you gonna?
I'm not being intimidating.
You're not being intimidating.
I'm trying to like match her style. Like if she's being friendly, I'm being
Performance,
friendly.
please.
Okay. I mean that's maths. 23.
You do an admirable.
I just wondered if I flubbed it or not. You know.
No, you do an admirable return handshake. She smiles. I can see we have a natural on hand.
Thank you.
Of Captain Horhace, I understand. She offers her hand to you.
Yes, pleased to meet you.
Pleasure. And, of course, Scamp. I have heard so much about this three of you.
Huh.
She also extends her hand to shake yours, if you want, Scamp.
I'm going to offer the wrong hand and just see what she does.
That's such a Scamp move for reasons I can't explain.
She smiles.
Well, isn't Scamp left-handed anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, she is right-handed, so she's done two right hands. She goes, you hold out your left hand, and she just smoothly switches hands and shakes with her left hand. She appears to be as adept with left-handed shakes as right-handed ones.
An ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous greetings.
Handshaker. Yep.
Yeah. I understand that sibling Sanford has provided refreshments already. However,
That's
if
right.
you would like anything to eat as well, I'm sure we can have a breakfast brought in.
I'm good personally, but thank you very
That's
much.
quite all right, but thank you.
Now, please, if you would care to be seated. I understand from what sibling Sanford has informed my good friend Jan here that you wish to speak to us on the matter of the upcoming convention.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am all ears.
Well, what's your stake in it? What do you want?
To the point. I appreciate that. Well, of course, we would prefer not to once again be under the Osirian thumb.
Oh, wouldn't we all?
I think something that everybody has in common here.
Yeah.
And it is certainly good that we all have at least one thing in common. However, there are, of course, going to be things that we do not have in common. And, of course, we are aware that we will need to pool resources if we are to survive this.
Perhaps.
Almost certainly. Certainly, we know that that New Altmark and the surrounding cities cannot hope to stand against Ossyria on their own. That is why they have called this conference and why we have attended.
Oh, quite fair enough. Quite right.
Now, there are certainly things that, from our initial invitation, we have great respect for. the ideals of that are held here in the cities very much mesh with our own. The spirit of liberty, self-determination. But then it comes down to it. Newmark needs our guns and our soldiers. It will need the arms of the faithful to hope to resist the Osirian armies when they come. So, I sense then that you have specific offers in mind, unless you're simply after an exploratory conversation.
We came here to find out what you want.
What is...
The quicker we find out what is most pressing for everyone, the quicker we're all able to figure out what the best offers we can make are.
She studies the three of you. The spirit behind her kind of seems to crick its neck a little. And it's perpetually moving, but you see it crawl up onto her shoulders for a moment, Celestia and Corzin, and it leans towards her and seems to murmur something into her ear. She nods and looks back to you. Certainly, all three of you are powerful individuals. You have asked me what I want. It seems only fair, then, that I should ask the same. What is your stake in this?
Right now, my stake is answers to questions. Personally.
You seem to have come in a very combative mood for a negotiation. You want answers to questions? Very well. I want answers to questions as well. If that is going to be the stake of if that is the stage of negotiations we are at, tit for tat. But you must offer me something first. So, you want information from me. You want to know what I want? Or, I think realistically, you want to know what I want that other parties might have an issue with.
That would help.
That'd be nice.
What
Give
do
us a
you
place to
want,
start.
Then, I will offer you this.
Do you mean... I'd like some clarification on your question. What do we want?
It's pretty wide.
Why are we invested in these talks? What do we want from you? What's the question?
I want to know why, as a starter, just a lighter one, just to get a lighter matter. Why are you personally invested in the outcome of this? But the more significant question, and I will agree to give you an answer of equivalent weight. What you want from me, or are likely to propose, that I am going to have a problem with. Because if everything was hunky-dory, this would be a very easy negotiation. And I do not think it will be.
We want to also work with purity. Because we need all the allies we can get. And we feel like your ideals are quite opposed, and that could be a problem.
We also want to work with the Achene. Potentially.
And they don't want you pushing different beliefs on them. And we want allies in all these people.
Yeah. Nothing is confirmed yet, but...
So, you are looking to gain support from the Achene?
Potentially. It's an avenue we're thinking about.
That would make sense. She glances...
Whatever else happens here, they will be affected by it.
She looks at the fox, who, again, murmurs something to her. She nods.
I suppose in response to, more specifically, what we want, we'd like there to be an eventuality where you can stay out of their space. That would be very helpful. You don't have to give up your space. Just leave theirs alone.
Very well. You've answered my question, my initial questions in good faith. I will answer yours.
A good start.
While there are certainly doctrinal frictions that exist between St. Fury and St. Purity, we are not actively opposed to one another. Very much a case of may the best saint win. Now, there is one thing on which we are certainly united that will run into conflict.
Mm-hmm.
We intend to spread our faiths through Sunder. Both Purity and Fury believe and preach that our way is the best way.
It's interesting to me that you don't... I don't know how to put this. That your faith is sort of not good enough to stand on its own. You have to push it.
Ooh. Okay.
Ellie hadn't worded that sentence before it came out, but hey ho.
No. It's fine. I'm trying to think of what the
I can elaborate a bit if you want.
No, this is... So this isn't exactly like a threat, but I would like you to... But this is, in essence, a bar. But it is a bar.
It is, yeah.
So I would like you to roll intimidation.
Sure.
To see how much...
I think it's the closest.
Yeah,
of the
how
things,
much
yeah.
of a response you can provoke.
26. Apparently Celestia's stress all comes out in that.
The fox... so Ingrid doesn't obviously respond, but the fox's head flips over and just stares at you. And
the rainbow spirit does it back.
Yeah, you see its eyes flare like a pair of tiny suns at that.
There's a crackle from the rainbow spirit. Celestia smiles.
I assure you.
Wouldn't people join it if it was that fabulous?
People do join it. They join it freely. And we gain many who see Fury's light.
Well, then you shouldn't need to force it on anyone.
You seem to have the conceit. You seem to have the idea in your mind that we are like the regent. The regency.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
That we are intending to pass laws to mandate that only Fury or only Purity will be permitted.
That is helpful to know that you're not.
Nothing could be further from the truth. After all, one of the core... is it not said that you are your own master, the captain of your own fate? If we deserve liberty, we must allow others the same freedoms that we enjoy. And that includes the freedom to choose.
Okay.
It is rather the case of those Achene who are afraid, who try to kill and abduct and otherwise disappear our missionaries who come to spread the way of fury.
Did you give them good reason to let you in?
We came armed with words at first.
Here it is.
And then we brought guards to protect when they killed the people we sent. I appreciate that where you come from, religion is enforced at the edge of a blade. Perhaps because you view the Achene as being the underdogs, you do not believe that the methods they use could be so cruel.
We're trying to get a picture.
Then I would advise
So what you're
you...
looking for is the ability to send missionaries and not have them harmed, as long as they do no harm and break no laws. That is a thing that could be negotiated, potentially.
Yeah, what if there were rules?
They can be expected to be turned away if people don't want to hear it, but they should be protected in law for their physical safety. That is a thing we could talk about.
Yeah, can't make any promises. Haven't talked to anyone else yet.
I guarantee that our missionaries would not be harmed so long as they abide by the law. Provided that law is not allow no missionaries across borders.
But equally, I think people would need the right to turn them away. Not the missionary. But okay, scenario: missionary comes to your door. They say something you don't want to hear. You're allowed to say no.
Of course, but we must. But we would need to insist that we are allowed in public places.
I mean, you might not be allowed to preach on a corner, but maybe you could put up a sign saying, I will be here to talk in this place. You could rent a room to talk in and get people to come in, chat in the street, but not shout it on the corner. There are shades of grey here to be negotiated. This is a conversation that could be had. Is that a sort of thing that you'd be open to?
We also can't speak for the other side.
Of course not.
No, they might say no, absolutely not. But we need to know what we're looking for. What we're coming to the table with.
That is a compromise that we believe. She looks to the fox for a moment. There's a murmur that you can't quite make out between both of them. That is a compromise we could work with.
Glad to say you've surprised me. You're not wrong about where I'm from.
However, I will warn you of this. Actually, wait, no. Is there a thing that she would warn you of here? Because I don't know if she knows this or not.
Fair.
Is a double check.
DM knows all the things moment. Yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, she says, yeah. Actually, no. She was I will warn you of this.
Mm-hmm.
One of the it is a core part of Fury's message to defend what is your own, including your name, and to respond to insult in kind. So long as any such agreement is not broken, and we do not break our word, we will refrain from any violence.
I think there would have to be a do no harm on both sides. That would seem reasonable.
If that trust is breached, we will expect recompense, or we will respond to defend our name.
Good to know.
Understood.
I will speak with my counterpart, the venerable speaker. We will have ample opportunity to speak in the upcoming week or so. But that is one point on which we would likely find a point of agreement.
There may be a middle here. Good start.
Well, I see you still have your coffee. She picks up her own cup. To answering initial questions.
To a beginning.
To a beginning.
Clink.
Takes a sip. I appreciate, by the way, that you are suspicious of those of us who follow a higher calling. But we are not all alike. And we are certainly not all alike the bishops of the old country.
I think it feels important to mention is that we spent a lot of time in Seoul before we came here.
Ah.
So you can see what we expect from the Regency generally.
Well, we are not Regency.
You separate yourselves.
The Regent is but one saint. We follow different fragments of the world that was. We believe that Fury's way is the way to unity and the restoration, not that of the Regent.
Oh, you'll have to forgive my ignorance on that one.
The Regency's claim to... The Regent's claim to superiority is precedence. Merely that it was the first, and it claims, and they claim, the largest piece of the will to re-emerge. But that is...
If you've been on top for long enough, it's easy to convince people that's always where you've been.
It's easy to get very comfortable.
Being the eldest is not enough to convey moral superiority.
You have to excuse my misconception. In Seoul, they say the Regent and all the saints. So when you... I'm a drow, we're in a whole different situation. When you come over here...
I'm familiar with the cult of the spider goddesses.
That is the word that I would use. When you come over here and somebody says they follow a saint, you assume the word saint means Regent.
It is a fair misconception, especially given the the dogma back in the old country.
Is that... If you don't mind me asking, it's not to do with deals on the table, I'm just interested. Is that why you're opposed to Orsiria in the first place? Or at least part of it.
Indeed. As you may have guessed from my accent, I was born in Orsiria itself.
I figured.
And later came here and found my calling.
Long journey.
Well, one finds oneself engaging in surprising pilgrimages of one's life.
That's true.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Sailor.
Quite so. Now, unless there's anything else you would like to discuss, it seems to me that our negotiations have reached a natural end for the moment.
Unless you find yourself with any other questions, I think they have. Unless either of you are sitting on anything.
Well, that's all right. Thank you for your time.
I do have a question for you, actually.
Yeah.
And fair is fair. You may ask another now or later of me. Aside from the Dream Talkers, which Achin are you in negotiations with?
None yet.
But the hope is all of
Deception
them.
roll, please.
But genuinely none yet.
You've started talking to the Panuki in a sense.
Oh.
Via
Sorry, who have we
Odinone.
talked to? Alvira, we have talked to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I might retcon that. I don't think that's me forgetting.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry,
So,
I'd forgotten that we talked to the Panuki already.
Which Achin have you spoken to? Are you in negotiations with?
I think I might leave that one till we've got a few more answers.
Very well. No question answered, no question owed.
Fair enough, as you say. Unless either of you disagree, in which case, please.
Please.
I'm loath to give more information away at this point than we need to.
That's the thing, like, yeah.
All right.
I mean,
you finish.
We do kind of want to talk to everyone. Anyone who'll listen. So, or anyone
is
who
the
wants
plan.
to talk. Is the plan.
All right. You finish your drinks, make a little polite small talk, and leave.
Not much.
A little polite small talk.
Oh, that was stressful. We're like down a street, but like
Oh
we're
yeah,
like a
I assume
straight
that
way.
this conversation is while you are
Yeah,
on your
she
way.
doesn't drop the axe until they're like
solidly
outside,
outside. Yeah.
but the shoulders like just come up and the stress becomes apparent.
That was some fine negotiating there.
Really? I don't think I did that well. Not on form at the moment.
They're going to be gunning it quite literally in some cases for whatever is going to solidify their position. We found a common ground, and we found a place where they're willing to at least have a conversation. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
And we
got
also
a bit of sense of what
used
they want. That's all we needed.
It's a start.
we also used their own doctrine to bridge that gap of having that conversation. Because I don't think that necessarily before we'd brought it up in quite those terms, they would have seen it that way. That might be worth bearing in mind going forward. If we have a reasonable idea of what the core tenets of each of these people's central belief are, we can use that in order to
Find common
make
ground.
make a play that what they're doing by supporting us is fulfilling that that edict.
I mean, horribly, it's a revolution isn't actually a hard sell to that lot.
No, and they're right when they say that the one thing that almost everybody has in common here is nobody wants to be under the thumb of Orsyria anymore.
Yeah.
The big question that is on everybody's lips right now is how exactly do they do that, and with whom?
Yeah.
Ooh, it's complicated.
Yep.
Fuck me.
You
It
want
was
to
never
build
not
some
going to be
houses
with this
for a
many.
bit?
You
Yeah.
know, I would like to not be in a church for a bit. That would be really nice.
let's go find some places we can do some actual physical, measurable good for a whole bunch of people.
I think a
And
distraction
then
would
go
be
to the
really
church.
nice. Yeah. Because if I'm honest, that's usually a conversation I would have been at least a couple in for. So yeah.
Well done.
Right.
I feel like shit.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
You head out in search of some charitable work to do, and we'll pick up on on said charitable work after these, no doubt important, messages.
Hello there. Do you ever think about serving your community? Do you feel there is a higher purpose to your life? Well, at the Church of St. Fury, we believe everyone has the right to self-determination and the responsibility to uplift one's fellow citizens. Come and talk to one of our ministers today and see where you can lend a helping hand, because the future won't make itself.
And welcome back. So, you make your way out of the Cathedral of St. Fury, possibly Chapel of St. Fury, depends how you define a cathedral. It's got a high minister in it. Regardless of the definition, you leave it and come out into the streets of Newmar. What would you like to do next?
Some good deeds.
We were going to build some houses.
Yeah, should we go see if there's any places that need still doing real rebuildings and things? Because that's the thing we can.
That sounds fun.
There most certainly are. So, looking at the map, I've got here, and what got the shit smashed out of it during the Battle of Newmark.
Look for the most smashy bits.
Well, yes. I mean, the area around the northern end of the city, actually, the area around Portland Park and the Battery got pretty smashed up when the Battery was getting smashed up, as did.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of stuff in that and West Village.
Yes, in particular, actually, and there's also some areas in the East Piers that got smashed up during the initial attempted invasion when the Reclamation Corps tried to make their crossings. Well, technically, did make their crossings. There's that whole sea portion with artillery majors going for you, the bear claws.
Yep.
So, Portland Park was a kind of a nicer bit of town, and the east, whereas the East Piers, while not as low income as the West Side. And West Pier, which did admittedly, which comparatively made it out through intact, was a more, as it went into Bow, more of a middle to working class, towards working class type area.
I mean, I have an instinct that I think I'll say it's in character. We're not going to rebuild houses for people who could afford to rebuild them themselves if we only have limited time, right?
No. I mean, they either have money to do it themselves quickly, or they have places to stay while it's being done, so...
That's kind of how I feel about the whole thing.
All right. In which case, you head down from Portland, because that's not far from where the because I believe the Church of the Fury is actually up that way, and head down along the East Piers towards the Bow region, where indeed there are a number of still ruined houses and so on being reconstructed. Your feet, or I suppose in your case, Scamp hooves, sort of end up taking you back to the very house that you brought down on yourself at one point.
Yay! Memories. That was not my favourite day.
I've had better.
Yeah. But you can't say you've had a house dropped on you every day, can you? I really tried to.
No, but more days than is
unique
normal. It's happened more than once, I think.
Yeah, has it? I think it has, hasn't it? Shit. That one's still knocked
houses.
down. Maybe we should start with that one.
Yeah, let's undo the damage we did first.
Yeah.
Well, you have plenty of houses.
You have damage to choose from.
You have plenty of houses to choose from. Part of the issue... so there is a slightly different issue here to the work you did back in the City of Law. See, while in the city... not the City of Law, just the city... in the Lawbearer's domain. While there you were constructing new houses and had a lot of material and the like readily available, a big problem here is that although it has, been the better part, I think at this point possibly over a month or close to it since the battle, the process of clearing up wreckage is kind of an ongoing one. The city has a lot of problems it's solving. Housing is one of them, but priorities have naturally been given towards setting up temporary housing rather than clearing out and rebuilding as much. So a lot of the houses here are in states of wreckage. You do see that there are enterprising work crews that are doing this in a fairly coordinated manner, but they are quite sensibly doing this so that they're doing it with the approach of 1 to maybe 3 houses tops at a time, and they are kind of working a way to clear wreckage first, then moving in timbers and brick and the like, and then working on building them up. It's a process which, even with dedicated crews working in concert, does usually take, I'm just trying to think, how quickly can you put a house up? Weirdly, I feel like I should know this.
I don't know.
Depends what you're making it out of, but...
I mean, you know what? Let's. They're making it on the cheap. How quickly can you put up?
Oh, it's like Debden houses.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're doing a little bit better than just Debden houses. But the question is, how quickly did they build Victorian terrace houses? It turns out, fun fact, if you write how quickly can you put up a Victorian terrace house, it gives you very different results to how quickly did they build. It gives you, it's how quickly you can. It was mostly just a series of guides on how to flip various redo and flip various terraced houses.
I was going to say, put up for sale?
Yeah. I think it was giving me results for doing up. I'm going to say, based on a vague understanding of how quickly it takes to put up a house today, if you're doing it quickly, this is getting houses up quickly with a dedicated team. With a very dedicated team, you'd be lucky to get up. A month is a good rate. I'd say a month would be a good rate for a house.
I mean, that was very fast, yeah.
Yeah, you do several. You could do several at once. It's you're at a point where a lot of the limitation is labor and materials. Like you can, there's only so many people can work on building the house at once, but they can do so, like in a.
They can build like several foundations in a row.
You can build a street at once if you've got enough.
Yeah, and if they're rebuilding, the groundwork's already there.
So you have
a realization that none of us know how long it takes to build a house. I have no idea.
I feel vaguely ashamed by this because I literally, like, my father's an architect. I feel like I should have soaked this stuff in through osmosis at some point in my childhood.
Should we ring Paul on it? Just see what happens. He'd hate it.
He would. So anyway, the point is, you have a number of tradesfolk here with the skills necessary to build a house. You have some materials that are available, but you don't have what you mostly don't have right now is clear space to rebuild those houses. All right, so any further thoughts on how you can help?
I have a lyre that exists that I've forgotten about for a really long time, and I don't have the rules written down anywhere.
That's right. So the lyre of
inspiration, I think.
You retrieve that from the Lost Archives before they collapsed, if I remember correctly.
Yes. I had it in my head it was a Serious Citadel, but no, it is the Lost Archives.
Yep, no, it was the Void. So the relevant
made
effect...
that sound so ominous. It was ominous, but you made it sound its full level of ominous.
You made it worse, which
Yes.
I think is very impressive.
It's a skill.
Relevant effect here is that you can choose when using the Lyre of Inspiration instead of using it to inspire people normally. Mm-hmm. You can sing or speak while playing the lyre and name some sort of goal that people have to that you are inspiring people towards. Mm-hmm. If you do it in this manner, you can. This has two effects. First of all, rather than targeting a single person, I think it's usually within 30 feet for inspiration. You can target everyone you choose within 30 feet.
That's insane.
And they will all become inspired.
Wow.
Yes, they will all receive inspiration. Furthermore, if they complete or make significant progress towards the task that you name or the objective you state when inspiring them, they will, if they have used that inspiration, get it back.
That's nuts.
Yep.
And there was some sort of fucking side effect or something, wasn't there?
You do remember there was a side effect.
It is? I don't think I do know what it is.
I don't think you do know what it is.
Because we've not actually been in lots of situations where we've had lots of people.
I believe.
Yeah.
So it's not because we were in the fucking Serious Citadel. Yeah, I don't think I've used it particularly.
I think you used it, but
Did I use
we didn't
it in
have the
Corzin
circumstances.
got weird?
Something like Corzin or Scamp. I remember you used it to double.
Yeah, one of us got a bit weird, but I think not enough that we figured out exactly what it did.
Yeah, we didn't figure out how. I think he couldn't sleep or something.
Yeah, that would
that
make
it?
sense.
Yeah,
He got
that
all
sounds
funny.
right.
Yeah.
That does sound right.
I think it's a long while back, but I feel like you named the goal of watching out for Scamp or something.
It might have been,
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was ages ago. But yeah, we didn't figure out what was weird about it.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Yeah, you don't have enough data points. So, on that cheerful note, so you have the lyre that you can use. The first problem to overcome, though, is you need to clear some rubble. And yes, you can try and inspire the people who are working on the 3 buildings that currently has being currently constructed to help out with that. Or if there's any other magic or approaches you want to use for any of the 3 of you, Jeffrey cannot meaningfully contribute to this, then let's go ahead.
Rude.
I said meaningfully.
Contribute.
He'll be there for moral support.
Motivation through fear.
We're gonna say
what
that-
morals? I wouldn't speculate, but some morals maybe.
We're going to say that Jeffrey's contribution, Jeffrey's help hinder ratio breaks pretty solidly even.
Yep.
That feels very appropriate for reasons that I can't really explain. So how do we want to break up some rubble?
Well, what's going to be more useful? I can make things float about. Or we could have a lot of people.
I could... Oh, shit. We can just have a lot of people, can't we?
I can bring some people.
I can only bring one person, but really detailed. So that's probably not helpful. But I can inspire a bunch of real people. Would that work on fake people?
Actually, I think it would, because
That's insane. Amazing.
Well, the fake people that are summoned have... This doesn't really exist in 5th edition, but essentially, basically, I believe Scamp can create... Scamp doesn't have a 9th level spell slot, so can't do the
I can't do the mad one.
But you can still create quite a lot of these people, and they essentially are. I think the summon 100 people one is basically 100 level 1 commoners. These ones are slightly more capable than that because there's less of them.
But they want to be like common people.
They want to do whatever common people do.
Yeah. I've said that out loud now, so have that. Please continue with your lives.
Somewhere
there's a certain section of the audience really confused right now.
Somewhere Sabnet rolls over in his bed.
Yeah.
Or at least someone's bed.
I love the
I've just had
bed
the most brilliant idea. I need a parchment immediately.
Incredible.
Okay.
Sorry,
so Scamp is going to prepare to conjure some people.
I can do that. I can conjure a bunch of people, or I've got the telekinesis floaty things around. If there's one big thing you want to just float, if it's not too big, I can just do that.
That's a good thing. That's a good point.
Yeah. Well,
I think a lot
some
of
of this stuff's
people
gonna
would
be-
solve a lot of problems, wouldn't it, to be honest?
yeah. Because, there'll be big chunks that maybe you can move with telekinesis, but the rest of the time I think it is just going to be numbers that would be helpful.
Yeah, and if both of you could do it, that's quite a lot of people, right?
Alright, yeah, we could
How
coordinate
many can you
this.
both do between you?
Well...
Obviously you can't join up, but you get what I mean, like...
I don't think I can do as many as Scamp can, but I can do some more, specifics. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Jason, but I think at the level I can cast it, it's 8 creatures of CR 1/4.
Yes, I believe so. I'm just grabbing my note.
Because it's a 4th level spell, and there's nothing that for 5th, but then it jumps to what the effects at 6th are.
Oh, yeah, because it's based off that. So yeah, you're pretty much doing... Yeah, the 4th level will be the guide then, because you cannot get 6th level spells.
No, Ranger. But,
And it doesn't say... There's a list of different CRs that we can do, but it's not. It's an or situation. We can't do all of those, isn't it?
I believe so. I'm having a moment of trying to find the dang note.
It's in the Flintlocks chat. If you search the phrase "lost company," it would turn up, which is how I have it on hand.
The printout here in front of me, if that's helpful.
Oh, sorry. I know what to search, so I'll just grab that myself.
Searching things in the chat. It's good content. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Look at
content.
the content. Ooh,
Yes.
Content. So
Behold our sophisticated filing system.
You know what?
I think-
So long as you've got the rules,
because
I
it's 1 CR2, 2 CR1, 4
Yeah.
half, 8
Yeah.
quarter, and I'm guessing it's an or situation rather than all of those.
Yeah.
yeah, it's either or.
I mean, I would probably in this instance opt for the 8 CR a quarter, and it would be basically anyone I knew from back in Barnacle Point who was particularly hefty, like good
Bit sad.
physical strength.
You.
I mean, genuinely, it probably would be Corzin's dad. That's
No,
thrashes.
it makes
Yeah,
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I said it's a bit sad, but Corzin's dad is interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
Corzin's dad. Weird.
You kind of focus, and the ambivalent octopus brings its tentacles together and essentially exudes a silvery ink cloud, like ink in water. The silvery cloud appears for everyone else as well, you can see. So it's just like this cloud of silvery ink expands around you and then diffuses into a mist. And as the mist blows away, 8 figures step out of it.
That's really cool.
Including a mixture of, I would say, a mixture of hench halflings and hench humans and one muscly orc. One of the halflings, a man probably not much older than Corzin himself, has a distinct family, a distinct familial resemblance.
Yeah, and I think Corzin would probably have like the mental image of him as he was when Corzin was, if not like a child, then reasonably young. So yeah, this is probably a man in his getting into his autumn years, but yeah, still very, for a halfling especially, powerfully built.
How decent. Give yourself.
Doing alright then. So what we got here is Gert Big Clearance.
Right, you, as you go there and now, find your lead.
Proper job.
I'm only waiting for if there are more people being conjured.
Yes.
So up to you on that, Bobs.
Yeah, does it look like being able to move things with telekinesis would be more useful, or just more people be more useful?
I am going to need your choice of a wisdom or intelligence check, because you are not trained in architecture or stonemason or construction work.
No, but I'm not wise or smart either.
Yay!
That's a whole 1. That is a natural 1.
1 all for you.
You squeeze your brows together and think as hard as you can. Like, as hard as you can. It's like there's a pressure building up between your ears, and that's very suddenly pops. Roll 2d100s, and that gets really tight.
No.
That you had open.
You're right,
Well,
Scamp,
this
you
is
look like you're trying to
exactly
knit
what
with
we
your
want.
eyebrows.
Where's my D100?
Are you trying to squeeze a really
that
difficult
is-
fart out? Is that what's happening over there?
Yes. 93 and gone 24.
Okay, let's... nope. Okay. And... yeah, that's interesting. Was it 24?
This is fine.
Yeah. Absolutely fine.
Okay. I'm just looking for what versions of 19 and 24 give me interesting results here.
He's in Table Fables.
Oh,
so
I'm
it's
in Table
not
Fables.
going to be like normal.
Okay.
Not that it ever is.
There are two futures, and you get a strange sense of both. As ever, the strangest sort of hint. One seems to involve textiles, and one involves discomfort but potential fortune.
Oh, good.
No more bum diamonds.
Sorry?
Oh, we
Okay.
said no more bum diamonds.
When you say textiles, do I have any sense of what that's got to do with at all?
It will involve textiles. You have a sense that the textiles will be nice, but you don't know in what form or from where textiles will happen or to what.
Lace handkerchiefs, lace
Just get a sense of
tablecloths.
just get a sense of fancy textiles or discomfort followed by fortune.
My brain's going, what if I turn everyone into jumpers, but also discomfort and fortune, everything turned to gold recently. Nothing is good here.
Phase 1, wild magic. Phase 2, discomfort.
Profit.
Phase 3, profit.
All right, I will
is
give you this much in terms of your instinct. Fabric is going to affect the area around you. Discomfort and fortune is going to affect you.
It's totally butts.
Well, let's do that then, because there's too many people.
Okay, so as you focus, you choose the future of uncertain fortune and painful fortune. As you furrow your brows, you feel pressure building between your in your skull, which suddenly releases, and you have this sensation of like your throat suddenly clogging up, like you've swallowed something but poorly, and you just and you find and you just whatever it is that is stuck in your craw, you need to get it out. You just like you're gagging. You find yourself gagging and choking. The thought of whether to do whether telekinesis or multiple hands like completely goes out of your head because you are busy. There is something in your fucking throat.
I mean, Corzin will do a far better Heimlich than Celestia will.
Yeah, Heimlich.
Yeah.
Cool. Roll a medicine check, please.
Okay. That's a 12.
Okay. It's enough to at least, you give...
Height disparity probably means I don't get quite as much
Yeah, but you
leverage.
I still think it'd be better than Celestia's.
Yeah.
Like, you grab hold and start essentially providing a little bit of aid to Scamp's diaphragm as they try and throw everything up.
Celestia looks on in horror. That's the only contribution they make.
Okay, so... Scamp.
Yeah.
1,
Sounds so afraid.
2, 3. can you roll me a d6, please?
Sure.
What are they about to throw?
2.
Fucking hell.
2. Okay. And can you please roll me... Yeah, well, let's make this fun. 2d100s.
Oh.
60 and 90.
Okay. I mean, Jesus Christ, those.
Are these objects that shouldn't fit?
They are they're certainly entertaining objects. Alright. There are, Corzin, as you see Scamp kind of like choking and a little dribble of blood coming out of the corner of their mouth, you realise that you're going to have to get in there and help fish out whatever it is coming through, because it has sharp edges.
Oh, God.
Alright, hold still.
Oh.
Lie down.
Yeah, Scamp.
Celestia continues looking on in horror. If I'm honest.
Corzin will use his small halfling hands to try and prise the object out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
You
It's so
take-
harrowing.
You take 3 hit points of damage, Scamp, as Corzin
Yay.
removes not 1 but 2 objects from your throat. One of them is wrapped around the other, and in a strange sort of mercy is probably the reason that your throat is not just like completely cut up. There is some sort of rolled up piece of paper that has been
Corzin's dad's watching.
Yeah.
We have the weirdest crowd of spectators for this. Genius.
Full description of him later, but
Yeah.
Got some sort of skills there, son. But inside the piece of paper, you emerge, pull out what appears to be a pearl-handled katana, a punching weapon, a sort of punching dagger.
Cool.
It's got a bright bronze blade, and it has carved into some mother of pearl on the sort of well, not the handle, but rather like the bit that that the blade portion is braced into. What appears to be an image of an eye with a slash through it.
Bloody hell, Scamp, what have you been eating?
Okay, I don't remember eating that.
Are you okay? Do you need healing?
You training for the curings.
Oh, sugar, that's a good point. Scamp, this cut you on the way out, so roll 1d12, please.
Because they're fucking poisoned or something horrible.
5.
Sorry?
5.
Okay.
Everyone's favourite sound.
You regain 8 hit points.
He's doing a really great face.
Scamp,
Well, let's see how many I've lost first.
well, you've lost 3 thus far, so while
The good news is I have loads of spells as well, so, you know.
while vomiting this up, this is a weird thing, but what concern is foremost on your mind?
I mean, it's the bleeding throat at this minute, or do you just mean generally?
At the moment, your throat it cuts. It cuts you while Corzin is pulling it out. What concern is foremost on your mind?
Like, in this second, or just generally before this incident?
Both. like, in that second, I think has to be the thing.
In this second, the fact that I'm spitting up knives now, that's pretty concerning.
Yep.
Okay.
Knives you don't remember swallowing.
Okay. Knives. There might
When
be
he just sits at the
something.
end of the table and says knives, knives, knives to himself with a little like expression like a small gremlin who's found a particularly shiny rock. That's
Not really a phrase you ever want to hear, is it?
Knives.
If I'm in the cookware section, maybe.
But even then, that level of enthusiasm would concern me, regardless of where it was coming from.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a tricky one, but I just...
I'll bet it is.
Yeah, there is, Maybe you can get something from this. Something you weren't expecting.
Perhaps knives. Definitely
maybe.
knives. That's already established that we get a knife we weren't expecting.
Yes, you have indeed gotten a knife you weren't expecting. I'm just trying to see if there is anything else knife-wise that you could get out of this. All right, I think. Does that have it? It might. All right. Scamp. As... Oh, this is weird.
Really?
As the
I don't know
knife
what you're talking about.
slashes your throat, slashes your like the inside of your cheek, being pulled out, you have this sudden vision of being stabbed through the chest by a ghostly figure wielding a pair of long daggers. One of what feels like dozens, scores, perhaps as many as 100 spectral figures bursting out of some sort of urn in a chamber underground. You get 5 seconds of this vision, so give me.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
That's such a long time.
It's 5 seconds this vision, so that dictates the difficulty class of what you can tell from it. Roll me a perception check, please.
Oh boy.
Your best thing.
That's another one. That's another natural one.
Oh my god.
I'm having a great day.
You can't tell anything else from this vision. You can't tell who else is with you. You can't tell
because I'm getting stabbed with a bunch of knives.
You just have this. Yeah, it is. In fairness, like high fidelity.
High def getting stabbed.
Yeah, high def getting stabbed in the chest by a dual knife wielding ghost.
Stabby McStab face.
Like you get a real sharp experience of getting absolutely shanked by a ghost. Sharp enough, in fact, that you're going to take some psychic damage. So you took 3 slashing, then you'll take another 9 psychic, and then you heal 8 off that. So you are down 4 hit points total.
Great.
But yes, after exactly 5 seconds, the vision passes and Corzin is pulling the guitar out of your... has just finished pulling the guitar out of your mouth. And you have this just horrible sensation of like lingering pain in between your ribs.
Celestia continues to look on in horror. Do you need healing or anything? Anything we can do for you at all?
Was that the
Yeah, well,
magic?
sorceries. No, that was entirely mundane, the knife I just choked up.
I mean, maybe you were considering joining a circus. I don't know.
Are you okay? Is the first question that occurs to me. How are you doing in there? Coping?
Could someone
right?
just tell Vasilisa about this? Just to reinforce that maybe this was a bad idea.
I think that you should tell her every single time something bad happens with it. Just a sort of revenge. Just like in great, lurid, disgusting detail. Like the worst detail you can manage. I think every time you see her.
Today, I coughed up a knife and then I got... How long was I just staring? It can't have been long. It felt like forever. I got stabbed a lot.
Corzin,
does it look outwardly like they've been stabbed?
Have they actually been stabbed?
It looks like you can see the faint traces of blood on their mouth, but the magic has healed the cure wounds has healed the cuts to Scamp's mouth on the from the guitar coming out. The lingering aching pain sensation is psychosomatic, so there's no obvious injury. But Scamp, essentially, you've basically taken subdual damage that will heal next time you take a short rest.
Psychosomatic is more concerning in a world where psychic damage exists.
Yes.
Just thinking that, it's not as it's fine. And I mean, it's not necessarily fine anyway. That shit's powerful.
Yeah.
But it's worse when there's psychic damage. Yeah.
Corzin, you can't. I actually say that you get a glimpse of the dagger as coming out, but it's currently wrapped in some paper.
Okay. Can I inspect it?
You can. You unwrap the
Also,
paper.
I'm coughing up paperwork. My favourite thing.
Yeah, the paper appears to be a remarkably detailed and fetchingly drawn sketch of Scamp's mother, Vasilisa.
They just coughed that up.
Yeah. It looks like
With a
Victory.
knife.
It looks like Victory could have drawn it.
Huh.
Did you do that drawing? How does this work? You've got a little hand down there.
Do you think this is a thing that I would ever draw?
No.
Well,
No, I don't. You've got better lately. Don't get me wrong.
I'm good.
Practice really did something, but yeah, that looks more like Victory art.
Yeah, the style is interesting. It's sort of a blend of Scamp's and Victory's style. Victory's more traditionally focused on charcoals. There's more, there's a stronger stylistic flow that matches Victory's, but there are some Scamp-like elements.
Is there anywhere I can buy sweets nearby?
Yes.
Good call.
Yeah. Celestia walks off with no explanation and goes to buy Scamp some sweets because fuck this.
Corzin, roll a history check with advantage, please.
I was going to say, because would I have come across a weapon like this? That is a 16.
Yes. You've been stabbed by one before. In another adventure outside the period of this podcast, this is type of weapon This is a type of weapon that there are a number. There are cultures in Eastern Haldanos that make use of these blades, but you mostly know them as a signature weapon of the Sarhakin. And indeed, this one has a distinctly nautical theme to the fashioning of its handle. There are, as I said, it's inlaid. It's pearl. It's inlaid with pearl. There is a mother of pearl image of an eye on it with a slash or possibly a crack running through it. The eye interestingly, is more akin to that of a squid's eye than a human eye. Or indeed a Sawagin eye.
What about a kraken?
It is quite kraken-like in appearance.
Okay, I mean, the next thing I'm going to want to do is, like, just have a quick peep into the ethereal plane, but more generally say, so, is this magical?
Peering into the ethereal plane, you just get the usual bleak image of the empty and ruined Newmark.
I mean, I kind of hope it's magical, because I just imagined a lot of people stabbing me, and if that's just coming from my head, I don't want to know that.
Well, I mean, finders keepers, I suppose, Scamp, but it's not really your style, is it?
Jeffrey returns with a small bag of sweets. Here you go.
Thank you.
You need these. I just don't think you should have to deal with that without somebody bringing you sweets. So there you go.
Yeah.
We do have a bit of a time limit, though, because we've got Corzin cast that spell, and now...
Yeah, that was basically the weirdest time that this could have happened, because, we've just met Corzin's dad for the first time. He'd just thrown up a big knife. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Today's fine.
You can feel free to leave identifying this to later.
Yeah.
So
just keep hold of it for now.
Okay, yeah, you keep hold of the knife and the sketch, and I guess we'll come back to that. Please add to your so that I remember what these are. I'm just going to give you the names of these. Mm-hmm. Can you please add a cursed sketch of Scamp's mother?
Oh, God.
Oh, good, it's cursed.
No.
And and the Chris of Blinding Insight.
Ooh.
Jesus. This was like a real white knuckle white magic. Like wild magic.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
It was...
This one was not chill. This one had zero chill.
This was between summon a bunch of textiles and painfully vomit a random treasure.
Oh, it was a random treasure. Yeah, that really could have gone a number of ways, couldn't it? Jesus.
Although specifically the treasure is like something personally connected with the person who is doing it. Interesting.
Wild magic.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
what the fuck?
Scamp, this has provided no insight as to your actual query, which is whether to use telekinesis or summon additional hands.
Oh my god, literally none.
You know what, let's just do more people, and if it turns out the other one, I'll do the other one too.
Yeah,
you know what? I like the more people thing, because then you can have a little sit down and have some sweets after that.
Yeah.
And I don't think you should be doing anything else right now, to be honest. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so, question about the Lost Company spell.
Yes.
Most precisely, you remember that horrible, weird mime
Oh god.
Smiler.
wherever it was?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Smiler.
Does that count as lost to me? I can't remember if they're
Crosswords.
alive or
No,
not.
not
I
Crosswords.
never want to see them again. I want to do everything in my book.
You can summon people that are alive. They just have to be plausibly
But
probably never going to see them again.
Yeah.
Because I summoned that elf I fought, at some point.
Yes.
Because I can teleport, which kind of limits the I can't reach people, but I never want to see that mime again in my life.
You
It
have no
does help
intention of seeing
that
it.
you have no idea as to Smiler's current location or state of life or death.
Despite never wanting to see him again, I kind of want to make 24 of them.
Oh, that's terrible.
And so just the vibes on this episode of like Corzin's entire family, Scamp has thrown up a knife in front of them, and now we're going to conjure a million
24 orcish mimes.
Yeah. 24 of the same orcish mime. When you say 24 orcish mimes, it sounds like they're a troop. Like that's like it's still weird, but there's like a vague sanity to that. 24 of the same orchid mime.
Okay.
Because if I do level 8, I get 3 times the number.
You do.
Wow.
All right, Scamp.
It's a shame I can't do a 9th level spell, otherwise we'd have 100 of them. But you did not say that they have to be different people, because I made all those parrots. So you're getting 24 of the same person.
Wow.
This got so weird so fast. But like,
I was trying to think
Good
who would Scamp. Scamp doesn't want to bring back someone they'd miss right now, and the options are people we've killed or that weird mime. So
yep.
Right.
Or 100 parrots.
Scamp.
Parrots aren't going to be much use here.
That's the thing.
For
Like, yeah.
You kind of like. I mean, I don't know what sort of gesture. What gesture do you do to summon 2 dozen smilers? Like,
I think I'm going to draw them like small versions, like little stick people.
okay, you take you get your coloring book out. You draw 24 stick figures of Smiler, and one by one, these little stick figures peel them, like just slide off the page, drop to the ground,
again.
and start.
It's that weird bit in Howl's Moving Castle where they're stealing all the power.
Yeah, they just sort of like, and yeah, fuck it. Ominous, a strange sort of set of violin music begins playing in the festival type music. Just starts playing in the background. You don't really know where from, as the little stick figures start walking in a circle around you, growing larger and larger and becoming more and more real, until 24 identical fucking terrifying grey orcs in black and white clown makeup, dressed like fucking is it Jean Rousseau? No,
Marcel Marceau.
Yeah, Marcel Marceau, not Jacques Cousteau, which is the other name that came to mind. That's a very different person.
He's the scuba
he's a
guy.
submariner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dressed like Marcel Marceau.
Oh, God.
But with, like, fucking Joker scars. Like, are now circling around you. They pick up pieces of rubble, rocks, start juggling them. One of them starts playing, like, sort of type tunes. None of them say anything, though. Like, the echoes that Corzin have summoned, they're not, the most loquacious, but they're like sort of, all right, we pass over that.
They can talk.
Yeah. No. 24 smilers.
Imagine Celestia's next therapy session without him.
This day just went from 0 to nuts very quickly.
So quick. Celestia continues to look on in horror, if I'm honest. That's mostly what she's done so far.
Well, that was the worst possible option I could have chosen. I'm going to have a little sit down.
Yeah, you really
why?
You really just chose to make that happen, didn't you? Right.
What did I say was the duration of these spells, by the way?
I think
Just an hour, isn't it?
1 hour concentration.
Yeah, I think the 9th level one is...
9th level ends up being 24 hours, but the time doesn't change until 9th level.
Yeah.
Got it. Alright, so you get... Yeah, so Celestia, do you want to...
I do something inspiring. What do I do? Celestia's feeling a bit blank, to be honest.
How do you inspire 24 Smilers and the Horhaces?
Yeah.
Extend, yeah. So
there's a
Horhaces-
solid cause where she just
what
sort of
is going to
stands
hit
there.
both those audiences?
Well, this certainly isn't a team that I expected to see, but it is a team that I believe in. Go
Awful.
clear some
I love
rubble, you Great people, yeah. Bwang.
You play a little on the lyre, matching the jaunty and inexplicable music a little, and
As they walk off, you just hear Celestia go, I'm not going to, but I just need it to be known that I want a fucking drink so badly right now. I just need people to be aware of that.
But perhaps you should have a little sit down as well.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Have a sweetie.
Fuck this. I'll have a sweetie, yes.
So, you can hit anyone within 30 feet.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that, obviously that's all of your, summoned echoes.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, quite a few, you've attracted a fair bit of a crowd.
Oh yeah, anyone else who wants to
Yeah.
join in, by all means.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone you want to exclude from being inspired in this way?
People who look like they're not builders.
Cool.
like random ass passers-by who haven't asked for a day's work.
Cool, so...
Anyone who looks like they are not here for work, I would like to not compel to clear rubble on their day off.
All right.
Yeah.
So Scamp, Corzin, random passers-by. You do not...
And Scamp and
Corzin
Corzin I don't because they're doing magic.
And you can't inspire yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So a wave of rainbow light coruscates out from the lyre as you play it. And everyone else within 30 feet you see a flicker of that same light in their eyes. And, well... you know what? Can I ask for a performance... performance check.
Cool.
Because...
Cool.
There's a degree of how freaked out versus inspired people are.
17.
Okay, I mean, you're real good at this. So...
It's not Celestia's best.
Yeah, you're a bit thrown by
Everything.
the Smilers.
I'm thrown by everything that has
really,
happened in the last 5
everything.
minutes.
But it's enough to certainly, that people aren't outright scared off, and quite a number of additional figures start chipping in and clearing rubble. Including, many of whom were working on the other houses, but heck, for the moment at least, you've definitely got their attention. It seems to be a largely volunteer crew. You see masons, joiners, all sorts of people chip in. I will say that with the sturdy work of your 32 summoned companions plus probably maybe as many as that extra join you in labourers, you are actually able to make very good progress. You solidly get let's just roll a luck check on this one. Yeah, you actually managed to get not one but 2 of the houses cleared out of all of the rubble that can be worth moving in, frankly, record time. It helps that the Smiler crew are eerily coordinated.
Of course.
I've
just had this incredible realization that I think we recently discovered that there are probably people spying on us.
Yeah.
They've just seen us.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck explaining this one to your
Scamp
superiors.
throwing up a knife and then conjuring 24 mimes. The people who are spying on us are having a real weird day.
There's an interesting thing, actually. As the first house is cleared up of rubble enough that work could begin on it, everyone who has been, putting their backs into it, everyone who's been under the effect, seems to flash with just a soft rainbow aura.
Ooh, cool.
And you see their kind of spirits pick up, and they head into clearing the second house with gusto. By the end of the hour, as the work is done, the second house isn't fully complete, but there's enough there's certainly enough momentum from the non-magical crews are happy to keep working, even as silvery mists rise around the conjured Corzin's conjured labourers, and Corzin Senior kind of looks around and sort of holds out his hand. That was a good one.
His name's Halloran.
Halloran, there you go.
Yeah.
Halloran always.
I take us out, and you'll notice actually that even though they are both halflings and sort of a general scale with each other, Halloran is the sort of man who, if he were on the same scale as a human, he'd be like very broad-chested, broad shoulders, and have like hands like dustbin lids. And so, like when Corzin holds out a handshake, it's like his father's hand engulfs his.
Aww.
And
That's really
yeah,
cute.
he's a big guy, broad-chested, has a like wide-brimmed straw hat to keep the sun out of his face. Bare chest, but like working dungarees, and bare feet, halfling style, obviously.
Yeah, he's got
He's cute.
he has that sort
I
of
love the different things we're doing with the same sorts of spells. Like,
I know.
Celestia gave herself some more trauma. Corzin's is always comforting and sort of wholesome, and I've done nothing but weird.
Why
All
is
bases
that
covered.
so appropriate to like each character's genre, though?
There
You know?
Yes.
there is this kind of warm, like comforting sort of smile from Halloran Horhace as he kind of like envelops Corzin's hand in a grip that could be crushing but isn't. Goes, well, your job was a good one, son. Now, you take care of my grandson, and it's a good start, but we expected more.
Oh well, yeah, I knew better than to let you down.
He claps you on the shoulder, and
So
with
cute.
the others,
I'm dying.
turns and
yeah,
walks into
slain.
the silvery mist that's risen behind them.
Oh,
Vanishes from sight, and the mist fades.
Corzin takes a moment to compose himself.
are you okay?
I put a sweetie in his hand.
He accepts it and says, "You know, I don't know if this makes it better or worse, but it's one thing to see your dead relatives up and walking about again. It's quite another thing to know that you did it."
Yeah.
I'm not upset. I'm just a little bit, I don't even know what anymore.
Do you need anything? Sweet shop's right there. We could go again.
Corzin will be like, is it the sort of sweet that needs unwrapping?
if you like.
Yeah,
Celestia
he'll,
didn't
like,
really think, so it's probably just like fucking pick and mix. It's like a random
Pick and
assortment of
mix,
sweets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He will pop the sweet in his mouth. You know, for the moment, I think that's fine. You know, at some point, I'm going to have a conversation with Molly and Little Corzin about all of this, and I don't know what I'm going to tell them quite yet.
They could. No, don't say that out loud. Now I've started the sentence now, haven't I? They could meet him.
I honestly, from the second I knew this was a possibility, it was a thing I had to contemplate, and I just... I don't even know if that is a thing that should be done, much less, you know, a thing that they'd want.
So weird. I don't know whether to introduce both of you to Merely, so that's... Yeah, I get you. Hard to know whether that's a thing you should do or not, isn't it?
I think I just need time with this one.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he gives them both a hug.
Give him a hug.
Oh.
You get the huggiest hug. Well,
I'm gonna take
you
a
know how
little
we
look
were
at
like
this knife I choked up, I think, before we go anywhere, just in case, it explodes on us or something.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. You know how we were like, oh, that was a stressful meeting, let's do something normal for a bit.
Didn't work, did it? Never
No.
does.
No, it didn't work. No.
Even when we're attempting to do something quote-unquote normal these days, we find a way to make it very abnormal very quickly.
Yeah.
Someone gets eaten by a bird.
It is times like this that I think it's a bit of a shame on one Scribble, though, because this would have been quite funny. And if I'm honest, ordering around 24
It does
lines
occur
would
to
be
me.
a pretty good snapshot.
They're gone.
Like, this would
Oh, God.
This would never be a thing I'd rely on, obviously. But it occurs to me that if anybody had been witnessing that thing and then had to report it to their superiors, the likelihood is they just wouldn't believe them.
Not if they'd been spying on us for a while already. They'd be like, yeah, sounds legit.
Yeah, pretty more. It's just a normal day, innit?
Well,
If
let's
it was
just
like
hope
their
then
first
that
day
if-
with us, maybe it'd be a problem. But, if it was their third, yeah, half of the course.
Everyone.
I've been here for half an hour.
Yeah, is anyone spying on us?
Everyone roll a perception check. Corzin a straight one, please, rather than with advantage.
Okay.
Because you've been a bit
Oh,
distracted.
that's actually good. That's
That's a
21.
Celestia's too busy staring into the middle distance to look at anything else.
Okay. Sorry, Corzin, what was yours?
21.
Both 21. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Celestia, you were a bit distracted by the whole, Hara
Celestia's
and
just
Horhace
too
thing
weird to be
and
paying attention.
Everything going on.
There.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see. Yeah. Scamp. You notice this first, and then Corzin notices it a moment later. You notice. So, who's watching you? First of all, you do notice that amongst the labourers who are busy moving things to, taking things out of the second house, there is one figure who's been paying a particular attention to the goings on and what you're doing. Looks to be one of the workmen, some sort of carpenter or woodworker in kind of fairly ordinary brown labourer's clothing, human, older, quite strong muscles, weathered hands, ginger neck beard. The other thing you notice is that one of the other two things you notice is that there are now 24 child's drawings of mimes just seemingly baked into the flagstones on the street, all in different poses.
Oh, God.
All smiling.
Ugh. Well, now I have regrets.
Yep.
Scamp, but not Corzin. You notice something that you would normally expect Corzin to notice, but it does take you a moment to spot it because it's so small. A tiny black dot. It's floating up in the air, probably about 20 feet, about 20, 30 feet away, and you wouldn't have noticed it against the background if it wasn't for the fact that while walking around and just kind of taking a look, you move in such a way that it sort of passes with the sky behind it, and it's a relatively clear blue day. And you kind of walk back and you realise, yep, there is a tiny black dot, less than a fingernail in, less than like a little fingernail in width, hanging in the air.
Oh.
Roll an Arcana check, Scamp.
Yeah. Ooh. That might also be a 21.
Look at you.
Nice.
Rolling the good numbers.
Got a different modifier for those. It just happened to end up on the same result.
From your conversations with Wisdom in the past, you believe this is a scrying sensor, either from an actual scrying spell, or an arcane eye or equivalent. It's a little black dot because it, as Wisdom described it, it functions like an eye, except it doesn't bother with the eyeball or the iris. It's just the pupil.
How high up is it?
Probably about 20 feet up. It's camouflaged. It's largely camouflaged against the sort of second story of the buildings or building wreckage around here. You just happen to get into exactly the right spot to see it.
I want to lick it so badly, and it's just too high up.
Damn. I mean, you can fly.
I can't be wasting spell slots to lick scrying sentences.
I mean, seems like a wasted opportunity.
How high up is
it? 20 feet?
Yeah, about 20 feet up.
Could I just cast a minor illusion right in front of it? Of just like a bum.
Yes, you can.
Just to fill its entire
Do you
vision.
explain at all what you're doing? Or do you just do this? Excellent.
Looks up and there's just like a static image of a butt. Okay, Scamp, you see, because you know what you're looking for, you see it react to the butt appearing and suddenly zip away and over the rooftop.
Oh.
Out of sight.
Is that from the staircase?
Oh no, it's there was someone looking.
So
I gave them something to look at.
Right. No, I actually I thought you were just, vibing. It's not outside your normal remit, is it?
I'm not going to begrudge anyone what they need right now.
Are they still looking?
Oh no, they left. But it did run away.
Ooh.
Does that make it one of the more? Because does that work with scrying, or is that an eye?
I mean, scrying tends to pop, right?
From what
Maybe
you
we should try
recall
following it
with
then.
Scrying, yes.
we follow
Scrying
it?
is anchored to a location or a person.
Can we follow
Would be
it?
aware that's a thing some wizards can do, right?
I mean, Oksana literally did it in front of you.
Yeah.
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 Right.
We should follow it then, if you saw where it went.
Yeah. Which way did it go?
That way.
Right.
Everyone, roll a perception check, please.
Straight again, or with advantage?
With advantage.
I'd like a
it's
gay
coming now.
perception check, sorry.
Yeah.
I've done another 21. It's on a different dice and all.
I can't roll above 10 today, so, on
That's
the
a 28.
dice.
Okay, you chase after it and clamber up the scaffolding on the nearby building. Get it over the street, over the rooftop view, and Corzin, with your kind of 360-degree vision, you see that the operator of this little dark spot has tried to sneak it round by like moving it behind the terraced housing to look from a different angle. But you see it. You see where it has moved to. Up to you. So I'm going to say that you spot it first. Up to you how you want to react to it.
Okay, I'm gonna. I mean, are the other two close enough to me that I don't have to raise my voice in order to speak to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've also got the little stony stones.
Yeah, I was thinking actually, like, either way. In fact, he'll like put a hand to the stone. All right, it's up there. 3 o'clock high.
Cool.
Do we know what the range on an arcane eye is?
With your Arcana check from before, yes, you do.
You asked Oksana at some point.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, she did it a couple of times. Like, you probably got, like, a vague sense of it.
Alright, so, the range on Arcane Eye, you know. You actually... Wait, no, you've seen Oksana do this.
Yeah.
So you know that the eye can be conjured within 30 feet of the caster, and then they can move it 30 feet in any direction, like every round. And they can just, but there's no limit on how far it can move, but they can only keep it up for an hour.
Okay.
And once it dismisses, they have to kind of start over.
I tap my little stone thing. So we don't know how far away the person is, but it does occur to me that we could just keep doing pointless weird shit for the next up to an hour until it's gone.
It doesn't strike me as too bad of an idea. I'd love to know where they're operating from. It can't be that far away.
I mean, it depends. It's been an hour. I've just naturally assumed the Scamp has passed on how this works. I've just asked.
Yeah.
But,
I would have
if
done.
it's been an hour and it can move 30 feet every 6 seconds, then actually it could be really far away.
Because they can also be moving.
Yeah.
However fast they move. And, if they've got a horse or they can fly.
Yep.
Aren't they blind when they're using it, though?
I will actually confirm for you that, that Oksana couldn't get. Oksana had the as it were the Marjorie problem, in that while receiving vision from the arcane eye, she was not receiving vision from her own eyes.
Or at least she couldn't do both at the same time.
She couldn't do both at the same time.
You could keep it up and see, but you couldn't see out of it while you were seeing out of your eyes, as I recall.
So whoever's operating it is
blind
currently
if they're
blind.
looking. Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're in Bow East right now.
Yep.
Right? So,
You don't have to be able to see to be the person on the back of a horse or in a cart.
No.
True.
I mean, I could do a little detect the thought sweep just in case they're nearby, but that's really nearby. And why would they sit nearby if they don't have to?
No,
And if they were spotted, why would they move towards themselves rather than away?
Exactly. If you don't have to,
thinking like reasonably, are we talking it's anywhere in the city plus Guernsey, Cobblestone, Brookway, and the Hook?
Yeah, essentially, it's you would guess that if you anyone further than the villages on either side of the on either of the banks, so Guernsey or Brookway, is going to be too far to Like, they could... Someone in Brookway could get an eye out to you in Bow East and watch you. But further than that, they'd be at risk of spending more of their time travelling than actually spying.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, and where would the closest Orsirian soldiers to us be right now?
Oh, I mean, overt Orsirian soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, like
moment.
a few hundred miles.
Right, okay, so that's out.
Yeah, the rebellion managed to... Like, the rebellion seized the fortress, the coastal fortress that was up on the cliffs after the Battle of Newmark. This area is free of overt Orsirian soldiers.
Okay, right, so unless it's specifically a spy or an infiltrator or some kind, it's not, like, reconnaissance. Well, I think again, this would be relayed through the stones. So, why not take the opportunity if we know it's there? Feed it false information.
Well, it can't hear us, can it?
I don't actually know if it's just sight alone.
I think it's just sight, isn't it?
All right, so it's tracking us
Because Scrying
for
can
our
hear you,
movements then.
but I don't think Arcana can.
Sorry, folks. It's easy.
Right?
All good.
Hay fever
People
season.
sneeze.
Hay fever, sneezing.
Jason specific hay fever season as well, unfortunately. So it's grass season.
Alright, well, where would be the most useless place to follow us to, then?
Well, you know what? We've got this. We've got this the new knife that might as well find out what it does. Go sit somewhere for a bit while I have a little looky look.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Let's go down to the docks, then.
Also, if it wants to come through a door, it's got to go through a door. It can't just go through a wall, if I'm remembering rightly. So,
It's got like a physical presence. Right, I'm going to find...
Let's go somewhere it's a little bit harder to get to us and have a height, and then we just put it in a cup if it tries to come in.
Yeah, I was going to say, Corzin's going to cast about and see if you can find a bucket to just put over it.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's a bucket. There's a bucket back at the construction site.
I've got a bucket. You
fun.
can't have it.
Oh.
You're not having my bucket.
Can he borrow it?
No, it's my bucket.
Well, you said you can't have it. You didn't specify borrowing. I thought it was worth asking.
Fair enough.
There's plenty of buckets. You're gonna have to get your own bucket. This is a special bucket.
Fair enough. I'm not
Corzin-
going to get in the way of a tiefling's bucket, you know?
Corzin will acquire
This
a
comes
bucket.
from the Zero Citadel.
The folks down below have just finished clearing the second house. There's another burst of little rainbow burst from them, and they go. And one of them goes, "Know what? I'm feeling good about this. Let's do another one. Yeah, let's do another one." And they start clearing out a third house.
Did you specify a time to stop doing this?
No, I didn't. Mm-mm.
Oh dear.
That's
This is
happened
How
now,
long
though,
does
hasn't it?
the effect last?
You don't know.
So no, man.
Alright, well, we'll check on them later. I'm going to bring a bucket back to them anyway.
Yep. We'll see how that goes.
So,
Do they have to keep going forever?
Describe to me your plan for this bucket.
Okay, Corzin is going to pick up the bucket, and just like on the pretext of disguising what he's actually going to be using it for, he will start putting some of the random small items that probably haven't been cleared away in it, and then carrying it with it. And at the opportune moment, and we'll probably know when this is, but at the opportune moment, he will upend the bucket and then attempt to do a hop, skip, and a jump, and just place it over the arcane eye.
All right.
So let's go into like a building where it doesn't have the option of being 30 feet in the air.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there are houses around.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is anyone reminded of just putting a bucket on the head of the NPCs in Skyrim?
Very strongly. Corzin, can I ask you to roll a stealth check, please?
Absolutely. Okay.
This is so dumb. This got so dumb so quickly.
We have range.
There's not
that's
been a
an 18.
second of house building time that has not been fucking weird or stupid in some way.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, you kind of lug back a little bit from the others as you go into that. Actually, no, you step into the house, into one of the under construction houses first, popping into a back room. Take up a position. The other two walk in. You keeping a foot out the corner so you can peer around the corner with it. You see the little dot come in, and I'd like you to make a straight melee attack roll, please. You don't get advantage. It did beat your stealth.
Fair enough. That's going to be a 22.
However, you do manage to upend the bucket full of rocks and pebbles and just bring it down, slamming the bucket to the ground. And
That's a bugger.
There's enough grit and dust in it that it basically creates a tight seal.
Actually, do I hear it bumping up against the inside?
Like a wasp.
If it has any mass, which it presumably must, it is light enough that you don't hear any obvious digging. But
right, Corzin will sit on the bucket.
Yeah, you also don't see anything come out.
Okay. Corzin will continue to sit on the bucket. Goes, well, I think that went well.
I think so. What weird shit can we put in this bucket for it to look at?
I mean, there's a danger it will get out if we do. But I was just thinking, could you think it could go up someone's nose and down their throat?
I mean, presumably, but why? It would be too dark to see anything.
But what if you think you could cast light on it and then do that?
Maybe.
And then have a look at someone's insides?
Have I ever told you?
Fascinating from a surgical point of view.
I was just going to say, you've invented magical keyhole surgery.
Have I ever told you that you are a weird little guy?
Not today.
You're a weird little guy.
Thank you.
Alright, genuinely, Scamp, I think you might be onto something there. Next time there's
next time there's a little
minor
thing
surgery
around,
to do,
swallow it.
And we've got someone who can cast that spell. Might be worth trying. I mean,
Oksana's weird day in the future. Anyway,
you'd still need someone who was had an understanding of the anatomical side of things, but
you wouldn't want to take a wrong turn, end up in the bum.
I mean, you can get lost very easily. There's a lot to
get lost up a
get
butthole.
lost up the butt. Corzin Horhace, a quotation. One can get lost up the butt.
I think what he actually said
one of
was,
the great doctors of his time.
You can get lost easily, there's a lot to people.
Celestia has quoted
That's
it as
not what I
else.
heard.
And has absolutely no interest in changing it to
Brilliant.
the real quote. so that's where that's at. It kind of looks like we're going to sit here with you on this bucket being weird for the next up to an hour, doesn't it?
It does occur to you that the arcane eye probably has no ability to exert force. You can just leave the bucket. It can't push anything.
That is true, actually. You can just gently place a bucket on it and
I was more thinking, and I know you mentioned it creates a seal, but I was more thinking, okay, it can't, worm its way out of a tiny crack or anything.
A crack, Corzin? Quite into cracks. And
I knew it the second I said it. Okay.
You don't want worms in your cracks. I can tell you that much.
From Oksana's description of the spell in the past, you get the feeling that the arcane eye has like all of the mass and force of a particularly weak gnat. Like it couldn't. It would have trouble pushing a single grain of sand.
Right. Okay. Then Corzin will get off the bucket.
Like, she's actually. You actually recall her mentioning, like, if you accidentally get it caught in a slamming door, it will break the spell.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that...
hard to spot, but easy to dismiss.
Yeah.
I suppose that kind of makes sense as a trade-off, doesn't it? Yeah.
Like if you if you can like literally like slam it between two objects, it breaks because it has a very very a very weak, very ectoplasmic, but nevertheless actual form that can be dismissed.
Well, I suppose if either of you get bored, we can just slide a bit of paper underneath it and crush it.
I thought you were going to suggest a silly drawing for it to look at, which I like a lot better.
You'd need to cast light on the drawing so it could see. It's presumably pitch black in there right now.
Can't do that. Can dancing lights?
I'm going to identify my new things that we got.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that.
Okay. Which object?
Looks Sahuagin in
Look at the rules
origin.
for dancing lights.
Which objects would you like to identify first?
Let's do the knife first, because that's definitely magic.
Okay. You handle the knife, and over the next 10 minutes, you receive a series of strange, bewildering glimpses and visions, as the Identify spell does, of people getting stabbed and receiving bewildering visions. This knife, once per day... Well, okay. I apologize. Let me take that back. You can stab someone with this knife anytime you want. It's a knife.
It's a knife. It's specifically designed for it.
It do a stab.
It functions as a dagger. Like, it is a kris. It is, for the purposes of things that cannot be harmed except by magic, a magical dagger. It doesn't have any pluses to it. But it does have the ability that every day, the first time it stabs someone after dawn, it will grant them a handful of seconds of a vision of the future.
Oh no.
The vision is in no way not really controlled. It is, if something is, you get a sense that if something is at the forefront of someone's mind, it will probably latch onto something related.
Right.
And it gives 1d12 seconds of a glimpse of the future.
No.
A round is 6 seconds. So if it does 6 to 11 seconds, then the character spends 1 round incapacitated, as all of their senses are cast into the future. If it rolls a 12, they are incapacitated for 2 rounds.
We really tried not to have any artifacts that do this anymore.
Yeah, you have.
If you
This has like
if you
way
stab a
less
person
control.
and they see their future, what they see is blood loss.
It's
I have concern about what Scamp saw.
So that's made this so much worse.
That's terrible.
You've used up the prescient shanking for today. But tomorrow you can stab yourself for a glimpse of the future again, or someone
Seriously,
else.
who would make something like this?
I don't know, but I see a lot of stabbing myself in my future.
Actually, you do know. you get a glimpse of it being made.
Ah.
There is just like as part of the 10 minutes or so, you get a glimpse of a number of Sawagin in the ruins of some sort of settlement or city, half sunken into the water, binding some sort of ocean spirit into the blade. Scamp and only Scamp, roll an intelligence check, please.
Oh, goody. 19.
The sunken, flooded ruins are faintly reminiscent of one of the places you went to during your time with Cassandra, when you went through the fractured and broken periods of history.
Ruins.
Yes, though the ruin, though in that vision, it was the settlement was intact. It's the one. It was a. Let me just see if I can grab the handy description, actually, because I should have this note if nothing else, or at least so I assumed. Because I should have my Cirrus Citadel notes. Here we go. Cirrus Citadel notes and descriptions. You should... yes, here we are. No, that's the Mirror Maze. That's... The bucket is now a Tuffet, I've written.
Was that the Mentalist?
Yeah, it was the Mentalist.
Yeah.
Here you go. This region. So you recall you recall in Cassandra's wing there was a city built with the sun high. The sun was high above. Built with on the water's edge. The tang of salt strong in the air. The crashing of waves in your ears. You remember black rocks and bright clinging grasses with floating piers tied by grass ropes connecting driftwood and hide huts built on stilts over the water. There, at the time, you remember simple dugout boats and woven nets anchored to the piers, dredged up on beaches of black sand. Hundreds of huts leading towards a central aisle upon which a tower stood, half built from blocks of black stone reaching up towards the sky. You remember there being humans and Sawagin there as well, living together, chattering, trading captive squid, shellfish and pearls for sealed clay jars or beaten copper and stone tools, or else sitting beside drawn-out squares of hide over reed frames, charting the skies with charcoal fragments or flicking abacuses of coral beads. In the glimpse you see of this dagger's creation, and the fact that you are seeing a glimpse of its creation that is not just being fully formed in your fucking throat, suggests that you have presumably stolen this from somewhere, rather than just, synthesized it. This, in that vision, aspects are the same, but the tower which was being built is instead tumbled and in ruins. Other blackstone buildings have been built up around it, and again are sunken or ruined. Much of the land here is actually underwater as well. It just feels as if in the time when this was made, was somehow after the time you saw, when everything had sunk into, very literally, into a state of ruin.
I tell everyone that.
Apologies.
Hay fever time.
Yeah, hay fever times.
It's okay.
Apologies, Steroids.
An elephant. An elephant appeared.
Passing elephant. But yes, that is what you learn about the Chris of Blinding Insight. You can use it on yourself to painfully gain a vision of the future, or you can use it on someone else to potentially incapacitate them for a round.
What a horrible thing.
But basically 0 to 2 rounds.
Great.
Once per day. The first time you stab someone with it, each day, in fact.
Well, that's the worst thing.
The shiv of prescience.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. Anyone else hate it?
Oh, yeah, no, I absolutely hate it.
Horrendous.
Who thought that would ever be useful?
We have met.
I mean, the
so
horrible
many
thing
people who would make
it's
this.
really useful, and someone's going to have to persuade me not to stab myself every morning.
Well, last one who puts their hands up is doing that duty.
Please,
I put
as
my
your
hand
friend
up.
and your captain and the person who does not want to see you stabbed, don't.
Sorry, Corzin, you were last to put your hand up, so that's your job.
Have I just been 1, 2, 3 not hitted?
Yep.
Right.
As a side note, this blade functions perfectly well underwater. That's more of just a result of it being a stabbing weapon, though.
I do have one
Probably not gonna
argument
rust.
for why you shouldn't stab yourself every morning.
Mm.
We've done the whole going mad with future vision thing. Do we have to immediately do it again?
We
We've
did just do
stopped
this.
doing that.
They make a very good point.
5 minutes ago, you know?
But also
this
I got a
one's
vision
random.
of getting stabbed repeatedly, and I kind of would like a little more context.
Well, you know why you could be getting a vision of getting stabbed repeatedly? It could be a fucking metaphor for you stabbing yourself every morning, and you're doing a fucking circle future vision like Bloodbeard fucking Brandy, right?
Oh yeah, no, that actually does make a lot of sense. I did that.
Oh, I've just had this
think
vision
that
of getting stabbed a lot in the future. I should stab myself every fucking day to see if it's I just Scamp. Do you hear yourself?
Sometimes I
chicken
need it
and there's
said
an
back
egg
to
here.
me. Right, yeah.
I mean, if you do it, I'm not getting involved. I don't want to hear about it.
I'd really prefer you didn't.
Well, Corzin, it's your job to convince them every morning, because you didn't win the contest that I made up in a second, so enjoy that.
Shall we see if there's painting something awful as well?
Yeah, why not more awful shit? Great. Lovely. Celestia has 0 chill without booze, doesn't she? Fucking hell. I'm really feeling it. Absolutely 0 chill.
I will save you. I'll save you some mess. Check it. Performing identify on the charcoal sketch reveals that it is indeed magic, and it is cursed, or rather, it has a curse in it.
Oh, great.
You can, at a time of your choosing, tear this parchment in two, destroying it, and curse someone.
Right.
It functions as per the Bestow Curse spell, cast at 9th level.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
Aww. That's no fucking joke.
That's
Shit.
like, permanent until wished away.
That's
or
really
cursed
bad.
at ninth level.
Is it a specific curse?
You can. So you can.
Bestow curse does a lot.
Yeah, bestowed curse does a lot. So there are some default options that come with it. You can choose an alternative curse effect. I will balance what that is. I would say that you do need to pronounce the curse when you tear the cursed sketch of your mother. When you destroy the cursed sketch of your mother, you need to speak the curse that you are pronouncing, like clearly to the target you are cursing. It does follow the rules of bestow curse, so you need to tear this and then touch them. If you fail to touch them, the curse will rebound on you.
Right.
What if can I use the sorcery range thing on it?
Yes. But you'll need to do... It's weird with touch things. Does the sorcery range stuff, like, guarantee a hit?
If it's the touch, it makes it ranged.
Yes, but rather I should say, if it's made ranged, does that mean it automatically hits?
With touch spells that don't have a roll, I mean, it's a wisdom save rather than a roll to hit with bestow curse, so it would just take away the need to touch them. Generally, in combat, I'm not rolling to hit to touch if it's a save-based spell.
But then does it become if they throw it off, it rebounds on you?
It's already a save.
Right.
It's already a save.
I was literally just trying to...
Yeah, I'm just checking whether you can negate the risk of the backlash.
Yeah, it's just make the range 30 foot for a spell. It doesn't generally need me to roll anything differently.
Yeah.
It just gives it 30 foot.
I mean, that's also a DM call.
I think DM call there is that if you accept...
It's a weird curse drawing you coughed up. I feel like you can have whatever vibe on it you want,
DM call
really.
on this one is, this is cursed, so if you so you can cheat the touch requirement using sorcerer powers, but the drawback is that if the target resists, it will backfire, and you will get cursed instead.
Cool.
You can't fully escape the risk of getting cursed from
this.
No,
I'm just thinking,
the drawing of the charcoal sketch of your mother is itself cursed.
Yeah.
The picture is also cursed.
And that ain't my mother. It's biologically another thing anyway. Biological parents not the same thing as a mother.
True, although
grumble.
Although the magic item description was a charcoal sketch of your mother, and that's the closest Scamp has. So we're going to go purely with biology for the purposes of this.
Oh yeah, that which makes it really all the more cursed.
Yeah, it is.
I just looked up the curse for my brother. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I just did too.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh, that's fucked
Hold
up.
on
People
to that. That can come
underestimate
in really handy.
How
at some
effective
point.
bestow curse is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If I was playing literally anyone else as a bard, I'd consider it for my notes.
Yeah.
But I've got ideas already. So
I think it's one of the things people often overlook with hags. They have that.
yeah, it's grim. Even as a short-term one, it's grim. It's a good spell.
Yeah.
It is concentration, at least on the smaller versions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I have a paladin with it in one of my other games.
Ugh. But yeah, absolutely don't want any of that on me. And we need to remember that if they resist it, it bounces back. Because anything that has legendary resistances, it's a real bad idea to use them.
Yeah, shit, hadn't considered that.
Can't use that on the Kraken. We'll just get cursed.
He's just rolling random dice at the end of the table. Like, what the fuck are you doing down there?
Celestia, what's your spell save DC?
It's 18.
Cool.
Why?
So, about there's a little bit of commotion outside.
Oh no!
It seems that about
Dang.
a third of the people, like they're about halfway through clearing the third house by this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not been another full hour, and they are going at half rate. And about a third of the crew are kind of peeling off for a lunch break.
Mm-hmm. That's normal of them. Yeah, fair play.
And you hear right, come on, it's time for us to get. It's been a busy morning. Like, we made some pretty good work here, but we should get something to eat. Nah, we're making good progress. We should keep going.
Oh no, I did it bad.
About 2/3 of the work crew, so about 20 of them, are sticking with the job.
Sure, this is fine.
Even despite the exhortations of their companions to really come on, come take a lunch break. Nope.
Just had this song perfectly come into my head on a friend's LARP playlist. There's this song called "Just Did a Bad Thing." Just did a bad thing. I regret the thing I did.
This is a problem.
Is that Bill Wirtz?
Yeah. It's real dumb. It's a real dumb song. That's certainly happening, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know what to do about that.
Stop?
How long does that last?
I don't fucking know. We found it. I was going to be more... We found it. I don't fucking know how it works. But yeah, we found it, so...
Could we use the identify spell to figure out what the properties of that is?
We did that.
You have.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't show up everything, I think.
Yeah,
Right.
it just said it does this and also something weird. So I guess we're discovering that.
In fact, I believe you got the warning. There may be side effects.
Right, okay.
How do I stop this from happening? I just said that out loud, hoping that one of you would have an idea. Because I don't know.
They'll probably run out of houses at some point, right?
Also, eliminate the obvious.
There was like a war. That will take a
out.
really long time.
There are at least a dozen more houses on this street.
Oh, does it have multiple uses? The liar, does it? Can I do it again, but tell them to do something else? What did we discuss?
You have as many uses as you have inspiration.
Oh, tell them just to go about their normal lives, following their own desires as normal. Well, no, not following their own desire.
Oh, I can't think of anything.
We're back
that won't
to
get
needing
weird.
difficult wording.
What if I say build exactly one more house? Not build one. Clear out one house of rubble. Because then they'll finish the one they're on, and then they'll stop, right?
Will it override the previous one, or will
I
they just keep
don't know.
Why? Well, if you just need to override, tell them to do a 5-second dance.
Yeah, time to do a victory dance.
And then if it doesn't override, it will be okay, because they'll just dance for 5 seconds and then carry on, or we'll just be in the same position.
Yeah, then we'll at least know, rather than we have to wait until they finished a house without them breaking.
You are smart. I'm going to go do that.
Yeah, eliminate the obvious, obviously. Like, exert your will if you can. And if that doesn't work,
You go up to the group.
I go out to the builders. Well, this is like really impressive work you've all done. I think you should all do like a little 5-second victory dance. And then Yeah, just 5 seconds. A victory dance, only 5. Wow.
Okay.
Self-conscious liar strumming.
There's you take care to only pick the groups that are still working, and
Yep.
the little pulse of rainbow flashes out, and they go, yeah, that's pretty good. And they link arms. They do a little do-si-do, for 5 seconds.
It's adorable.
Stop.
If I'm honest, cute.
1 moment.
Oh god. Please tell me I haven't trapped them in an infinite dance loop. Fucking hell.
A quarter of them do a little high five and get back to work. The other remaining 3/4 go round and round, round she goes. Come on, let's do-si-do.
Okay,
And they do another 5-second dance.
I don't know what to do. Help.
How about we give them something
And
that
another.
can't be repeated?
But then what if they try and repeat it and they can't repeat it and their minds explode? Scamp, what do we do then?
Well, then they won't be dancing forever, at least.
So far, it has
By
like
the way,
a,
every time they finish a dance, a little 5-second dance, they get the little glow of rainbow light.
This is a terrible thing.
And then they pick up dancing again with increasing gusto.
Help.
Okay, but we need to do something quickly, or they are going to just explode.
I don't know what to do, so yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
how many of them are there? How many sweets have I got left?
Okay, so in this house, there are 15 people doing do-si-dos.
Right.
Little 5-second dances.
How many
There
of them
are
have
5
dropped
people,
off each time? Actually.
I'm going to say that after the first 5 people who, shook it off after one do-si-do and then went back to building, or rather clearing out rubble.
Is it still... Does
Yeah.
it still look like they're slightly compelled to do that?
They're still doing that.
Oh, God.
The rest don't seem to have given up yet.
Right.
They just keep doing. They start trying to blend the two, like do a little dance. They pick up some. They do a 5-second dance. Pick up some rubble. Move it. Do another 5-second dance. Pulse with rainbow light. Go pick up some rubble. Move it. Do another 5-second dance.
Oh, God.
there's a musical going to
I'm
be
feeling
written about
quite
this.
a bit of guilt.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know what to do.
About
None of my ideas are good.
every 5 minutes,
Oh, Jesus.
one of them finish it. One of them will do the dance and then go back to just moving rubble. So, over the course of like an hour or two, they will. Law of averages suggest that they will all eventually shrug off the 5-second dance rule.
Over an hour.
But they're tiring out a lot quicker, those that are still doing the dance under the dance curse.
How long could people build houses for under this?
Well, the trouble is they have to
Heck.
clear. They have to clear the houses, and if they're only getting a chance to throw it off after completing a house.
A whole house.
Wait, did we ever say how big these houses had to be? What if I'd make some little ones on the floor, and look, these tiny houses need clearing, and then they can just clear these and they have a better chance of doing it because they'll only take them a minute.
Scamp, it still took them an hour to throw off the 5-second dance curse. I mean, it's better. It's a definite improvement.
Okay, let's keep thinking of other solutions. I'm going to build some tiny
Stop
house
that.
rubble that they can... I'm going to make a bunch of little piles that are look like they're little individual houses. Just like use Move Earth to make like dollhouse ruins.
Are you using
Oh, God.
Fabricate for this?
Well, I was just going to be a child and pile up little things.
No,
I'm drawing a little street on the floor, like a little layout of a street, and then putting some bits of rubble in each of the house patches that will need clearing.
This is an adorable solution.
Yeah,
And then I'm going to tell people these are the ones we should do first because they'll be quickest.
that's a good idea.
I am going to stretch. Actually, okay, I will say this. if you use a bit of your magic paint to help with this, I'll let you use your artist proficiency. Otherwise, this is just a dexterity check.
Just a child making houses. Yeah.
If using fabricate will make it work, I will use fabricate.
I mean, make the dexterity check first, just in case.
Okay, let's see if I'm... So, dexterity with proficiency. That's a natural 20.
You know, given that you are literally just, like, making
around
little shack doll houses out of the pieces of rubble and material that you've cleared out, you're not doing... Okay, honestly, you start putting this together, it's feeling a bit hopeless, and one of the people who was there earlier, the carpenter with the neck beard, comes over and picks up some bits of like a piece of wood, like a heavy plank of wood, and says, "You need a hand there."
Yeah, all of these need doing.
Well, looks like we'd better get started. If you want those to stand up, you're going to need to put them together like this. We can probably... Pass me that saw. We can probably do just a basic dovetail. Come on. The pair of you work together over the next 20 minutes with any help that Corzin or Celestia choose to give.
Celestia's trying to think of other solutions, to be honest, I think is what I'm doing.
So while they're doing that, Corzin, Scamp, and the carpenter move to work on building a dozen little doll houses out of scrap. Celestia, anything else? What?
I'm looking through my spells just in case. Confusion, that'll help. Mirage of no houses left for them to clear is my other solution so far, which would last a week, and I also can't dispel, so probably not. A Gesh, that'll be good. You can tell it's going well when you're just like looking through your spells, just on pure vibes. What else have I got? Let's have a look at my inventory. What's going on? I could conjure Mealy. That'd help everything. Feeble Mind. Cool. Yeah. Sure. Cool.
I mean, it would solve the problem by creating another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What else have I got? I've got a map of some sewers on a napkin. That's good for the situation. I could... What else have I got? We've got some poison darts. That'd be really good.
Again, solving a problem by creating another.
A Pearl of Time Stop, just to like put it off.
We are very good at that.
A little bit. Just like buy myself a minute to breathe with the Pearl of Time Stop and completely waste it. Yeah, no, I got fucking nothing, lads. Absolutely nothing. Celestia essentially paces and tries to think of what to do for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you
because
try and...
weirdly has decided that it should be like she's made the mess. So, yeah. I think about 15 minutes in you get, do we know anyone who can do dispel magic? Because I can't, so... Do we know anyone who can?
It would be really, really useful if I could. Many times it would have been useful.
My magic doesn't take things away. That's not how it works.
No, my magic's not a big fan of that. It's stopping other people doing stuff in the moment, sure, but undoing messes I've made? Absolutely not.
Mine just it's a bit close to hiding, you know?
This is a charm effect.
Okay,
Ooh,
then
counter charm.
I have a thing.
Counter charm. That exists.
That does exist.
Could it help in this? How does
also
it fucking
protection
work?
from evil and good.
Yeah, that is true.
Which I have.
Both is good potentially because I doubt they'll I doubt one of them will do everybody, so it's good that we have both. Counter charm.
Just reminding myself how
I've literally never used it. So yeah.
This is possibly the exact situation to use it.
It's weirdly specific, which is why I've never used it. Counter charm.
True. You can do one willing creature. They get advantage. Okay, yeah. So each creature that causing taps will get advantage on saving throws, and then counter charm.
Any friendly creatures within 30 feet have advantage against being frightened or charmed. Okay, so any friendly creature within 30 feet. It depends if they're still friendly towards me at this point, basically.
Well, they're not hostile.
Cool.
There's no reason not to be.
I'm sorry, I've fucking mind controlled them into like building 7 houses today or something. I'd be feeling hostile toward. We've been talking about it in front of them.
The ones still doing it are like. Well, the fact, you have been talking about it in front of them. They are getting worried, but every time, the horrible thing is like the ones who are, you hear the ones who are busy like emptying out the house are just like muttering, just one more, it's alright, it's just one more. And the ones who are who are trapped in the do-si-do loop are just like, I'm real worried about this. Around we go, together, do-si-do. I've got my enthusiasm back. I'm going to do another one. I really shouldn't be so enthusiastic, but you know what's going to solve this? Some more dancing.
I'm going to try playing a little song and see if that helps. Not on the fucking lyre. That can get in the bin. What song do I possibly play? Something weird. What's weird that we've established exists as a Celestia song? The only thing that's coming into my head is Bastard Fish, so that's what you're getting.
Okay.
Waking Terror?
Yeah.
we're not doing that. Celestia's not talking about the Waking Terror right now.
No,
it's a really great impulse. It's terrible, but absolutely not. Let's make it even weirder.
Okay. So
we really fell off the weird rails today, didn't we? I don't know what happened.
We really did. This was meant to be like a quick diversion to set up.
We fell out of the weird tree and
thing.
hit every branch on the way down.
Yeah.
With you.
Then we climbed back up to the top of the weird tree and jumped off again.
D&D is a stupid game.
Yeah.
With all of you working together, Scamp, Corzin, the carpenter, you build a dozen little shanty house, like dog houses, dollhouse type houses, and put rocks in them. And Celestia, you start playing Bastard Fish to try and shake them out of it. They finish the third house completely, and then you hurriedly direct them to the smaller houses. They're at least cognate with your openly talking about the fact that they are cursed, and the exaltation of their companions who are shaken off the curses. They begin. They seize on the idea of clearing out these tiny houses, and the houses are well made enough that they seem to qualify. So it's still hard because Celestia, your magic is really powerful, but you will give them advantage.
I will give the D4s and bend some luck for anyone who I feel like I could.
Yeah.
I'm happy to burn through some sorcery points.
Roll 2d8, Scamp.
I will do protection from evil and good on anyone again who needs it.
Kind of doesn't.
Where are all of my There's one.
God, I mean, spell save 18 for a random common person is actually really hard, isn't it?
Scamp, you have to bend fate 8 times.
Woof.
However,
okay, that is That is all of them.
Yeah.
not all of them. Nearly. That's a lot of them.
Like for tomorrow, you know.
Yeah. However, over the next. Okay, so it takes. This drops off within of the 20 people still trapped in house mode. Over the next 10 minutes, with all of the magic and assistance, half of them manage to shake off both curses. You have to keep shoving rubble back into the little houses so that they can keep technically completing the conditions. Then there's 10 left. It takes another 20 minutes for the next 5 to shake off their curses. And it is a full hour later when the last exhausted person who is still dancing and shuffling, dancing, cleaning out these tiny houses, stumbling along, manages to actually complete manages to finally shrug off first the house, and then they have another 2 minutes of 5-second dances before they finally give one last huzzah and then slump over into the arms of a couple of companions who catch them and drag them over to have a nap.
Gonna do a little healing word on that person, just in case there's actual damage there.
Yeah.
There is with the last one with the last one rescued, there's a ragged cheer from the crowd, and you see the foreman go, "All right, how about we call this one for the day?" Yeah.
Yeah. This'll get us on Purity's good side.
Right, how do we undo the damage we've done and do more good than we started with?
I'm actually considering just dying. Right here, just yeah.
That's
not allowed.
Often a problem. The dying, to be sure, but rather the difficulty of figuring out what to do when you made a mess you need to clean up. I'm curious what you feel the right course of action here is. This is the carpenter who's been helping you build the houses and trying to exhort people to stop running around and dancing around and cleaning out houses.
Well, here's the thing. I could just stay here and help without magic, but I might as well not with the amount I'd be able to do. So, I don't know. I could throw more magic at it. But...
I mean, you can literally build houses with magic. Right?
Yeah, but I need a lot of help with the... at this point, it was clearing, and we really... And last time I built houses with magic, we nearly all died and nearly destroyed the world, so...
Sounds like your powers have some pretty dangerous side effects.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I'm just sort of horribly embarrassed and trying to figure out how to rectify.
What is it you need, then, to build a house?
Because we broke them, and we want to talk to some people about how we want to help people in general and make the place better. And right now, it doesn't feel like we can do that and not be massive hypocrites. This hasn't really helped on that front.
Yeah, the whole accidental mind control time was not what the intention was there. Usually when there's that kind of magic, people just sort of feel a bit better for, 10 minutes.
Because we have done a lot to help a lot of people. The trouble is, we do it in a big, messy way that individuals sometimes come off worse, even if we're doing things on a big scale, and it just... I guess we wanted to do a bit of good.
Nothing is ever normal, is it?
No. Some days you choke up a picture of your absent parent.
Sounds pretty complicated. Well...
Yeah.
I really thought this bit wouldn't be stressful, to be honest.
I thought actually talking to people would be much harder, and maybe it will be. Can't be weirder.
Oh, it can always be weirder, Scamp. Don't curse us.
If you've got you got any magic left, I know how to build a house. I've raised a few houses, a few barns in my time.
As long as you promise there won't be an army of vampires to fight at the end of the day when I've got nothing left.
Yep.
That was a really rather specific situation, Scamp.
He pulls out his pockets.
You say that.
I've got some change, and a slightly squashed sandwich for lunch. No vampires.
Okay.
Alright. So, how's this work then?
What? Well, where's the first place you make a house? What's the next step?
No. You've done a decent job getting all of this rubble cleared out. If, had people and time, we certainly got the tools nearby. I'd say a lot of this can actually be reclaimed. Saw off the burnt parts of the wood, clean out, re-chisel some of the brick and stone. And you probably got enough materials from these three cleared out houses to put one of them back up. Pass me that bit of burnt-out wood there. That'll do for charcoal. I'll draw you up a sketch.
While this is happening,
Yeah.
it's lunchtime, isn't it?
Yes. Past
Can I
lunchtime,
go-
it's probably spent.
Can I go somewhere that does take away food and just buy fucking everyone lunch?
You can. And presumably everyone means all of the crews and everything.
All of the crew, yeah.
Cool. You're going to spend...
I'm going to spend money and I don't care because I feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, lunch for everyone, unless you're going super fancy, is not too expensive.
We're not super... I'm going to go for something like easy and quick, so probably
Yeah,
not super
quick and
fancy.
easy.
Yeah.
For all the crews together, you're like... you spend a gold piece and you return with basically 40 lunches.
Cool.
I'd do that.
Yeah.
Just including a bias lunch as well, but like I just want to make sure everybody eats because I'm feeling guilty.
Fair.
Like lunch
Good
and
use of it.
hot drinks, you know?
Yeah.
And over the next...
Sort of hand things out and sorry.
The figure who, the carpenter gives you a sort of lays out sketches, a rough sketch for the house, and then as you channel your magic through friend and begin fabricating, kind of walks and talks you through everything you need, sort of watching how you cast the spell. And I think fabricate is 10 minutes?
Yeah. And I have sorcery points to move spells around because I can also make some sorcery points. So I'm going to burn all my lower spell slots to get fabricate slots.
Nice.
Could you cast 6 fabricates?
Oh, maths! I can cast 3. I would then need... Where is my font of magic? Okay, 4th level spell is 6. I've got 2/5, which would be 14 points. I could get 2 more there. I haven't burnt any thirds, so I could burn 2. Yes, I could get 6.
All right. By the time an hour has
6,
passed,
4, yeah.
Celestia, you've returned. You've got everyone is sitting, eating lunch and watching as the
apologised a lot and brought everyone food. Yep.
as pieces of rubble under Scamp's direction are flying up, being sawed, milled, processed, cleaned, reshaped, with tools flying into place and being guided. At times where it's simple, the tools seem to work themselves. In other cases, members of the crews chip it in under your direction, kind of taking control of them and grabbing them and then following the bizarre sort of like almost like hyperspeed puppet mastering that happens as they...
If Corzin can do some people management, because he's a captain.
I was going to say earlier, like, if I could use my captaining...
Oh, yeah, you direct people along, and it's... and most of it is really just passing things around, like making sure stuff gets pulled in. And
people management.
Yeah, you and the Carpenter both work together on this, and by the end of an hour,
I do morale and food and soundtracks.
Yeah, with the frankly like deeply disconcerted and unnerved mood has turned to a more positive, optimistic one. People are. Yeah, certainly, especially some of the people who were doing who had the dance, as it were, the dancing curse all the way up to the end, are still looking at you a bit askance.
Valid.
But there is a sort of workman's appreciation as the dust sort of flies out with the final casting of the spell, and. Scamp, you kind of stand back. People who are inclined to do so put their hands on their hips appreciatively and look back at a fully restored house. Well, it is in fact the one that you collapsed on yourself as well.
Well, that's impressive.
It's about 2 months of work saved there.
I mean, that's cool as fuck. If I'm honest.
In an afternoon.
Sometime.
Yeah, let's just hope for no vampires.
Well, I think that's a hope we can all share.
It's the simple things, you know? Lack of vampires on a day.
If it's any consolation here, Scamp, the sun's real.
Sorry, we haven't been introduced. Scamp, is it?
Scamp, yeah, Scamp friend.
Well, Scamp.
Sorry, I'm bad at doing introductions or asking people's name.
All right. I like to get the measure of people when I meet them anyway. I hope, Scamp, that you've taken a lesson from this. And I'm curious what that lesson is.
So am I. Because, yeah, it's great to use magic to save a lot of work, but if something horrible attacks in the night and I haven't got the power to stop it, then saving 2 months' work doesn't feel like it was worth it.
Well...
But if everything's fine overnight, then yes, it was completely worth it. And also, sometimes your good intentions just cause bad problems, and then... I guess I've learned things are unpredictable. Well, that's not new.
I would suggest, perhaps, that you focus less on the wild whims of the world and more upon how you have reacted to the fortune that has come upon you. Things went awry for you, Scamp. So what did you do?
tried to fix it. And Celestia fetched me a bunch of sweets.
I've been known
Guilty.
to enjoy a sweet meat or two in my time. Though I would give you a word of caution. Not to overindulge on those, lest you have to face the tooth worms.
Ew.
I speak with the bitter, aching jaw of experience.
Who are you?
Forgive
In like the
me.
least rude way possible. You're very lessony.
He sticks out a sort of weathered teak hand, kind of a hazard of the trade. Name's Cole, Judgment Cole.
Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you.
He whistles in a way that I apparently can't. Wow, yeah, no whistling for me today. And
We've heard of your name. You're,
seemingly around from a corner, Corzin Celestia, you see a dark blue hound with glaring white eyes pad into view. Scamp, you can't see this as the spirit moves up next to the venerable speaker, Judgment Cole.
Rainbow Spirit's like, hi,
That was
hi,
the
hi,
title.
as ever. Like, just
Yeah.
bounding up to it.
The hound
is
sort
there
of stares.
something I can't see again? Because there was
Yeah.
a whistle for it. And
Yeah, big dog spirit.
Where can I stroke your dog?
If you can certainly try. He gestures to one side.
Celestia, put my hand on
Yeah,
the dog,
come
please.
here, I'll tell you where it is. There you go.
Yep.
Well, seems you want to talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we sit down with some sandwiches? And
Sounds
let's have
lovely.
a
I think they're
talk.
still spare.
And after the ludicrous chaos of this time, I think that conversation will happen.
We filled
Wow.
an entire episode
Next
up with weird.
Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And
Hope you enjoy.
Jesus Christ, what was this? Second half. Farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. I'm laying bricks, sober, I swear. 24 mimes pop from thin air. And when I think it could be worse, I get hit by a dancing curse.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.